Good morning. Welcome to our Committee of the Whole for Wednesday, September 9th, 2023. I'd like to welcome everyone this morning and call this meeting to order and ask if there are any declarations of interest at this time. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. I own a company that recently bought property within the area that item J1 speaks to. I spoke to the Integrity Commissioner, and they did note that I didn't have a conflict of interest to the letter of the law because it was common interest, but I think I want to hold myself to a bit of a higher standard, and so I'll be stepping back from J1.
Thank you very much. Any other comments, questions? I'll move along to our land acknowledgement. The town of East Gwillimbury recognizes and acknowledges the lands originally used and occupied by the First Peoples of the Williams Treaty First Nations and other Indigenous peoples. And on behalf of Council, I thank them for sharing this land. We also acknowledge the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation as East Gwillimbury's closest First Nation community and recognize the unique relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and the waters of this territory. They are the water protectors and the environmental stewards of these lands, and we join them in these responsibilities. We'll start this morning with our community announcements. Item D. I begin with extending congratulations to everyone involved with our Tapestry of Taste event held in August. What a great event that was, well executed, well attended, and wonderful entertainment and food and experiences. I believe I'm not alone that other members of council also had some thank yous from our community. I also want to acknowledge and thank our Arts and Culture Advisory Committee for their involvement and their creative inaugural paddle project, which was a wonderful addition. The proceeds generated from the sale of these artistic paddles was directed to our Youth and Community Initiatives Fund. The amount was just over $700. On behalf of Council, thank you to the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee for this generous donation that will be put to good use in our community. Are there any announcements from members of Council? Councillor Foster, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have mentioned this before, but I'll take another crack. September the 10th, this Sunday morning, is the celebration for the 180th year anniversary of the Christ Church in Holland Landing, and their service begins at 10 a.m. and everyone's welcome.
Any other? Go ahead, please, Councillor LaHaye.
Thank you very much through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the acknowledgement of the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee and their work that created funds for the Mayor's Youth Initiative Fund. We thank the team on that. There are several events coming up in September. E.g. Nature Day is taking place on Saturday, September 16th at the Ross Family Complex from 10 a.m. till 12 noon on Centre Street in Mount Albert. And there are a couple of activities on Saturday, September the 23rd. The Fire Prevention Open House is going to be taking place at the Queensville Fire Station from 9 a.m. till 3 p.m. And also on Saturday, September 23rd, Mount Albert Lions are hosting their annual Oktoberfest. Join them for bratwurst, beer, and boogieing with a live band. And this will be taking place in the evening of Saturday, September 23rd at 7 p.m. at the Mount Albert Lions Hall on Mount Albert Road. Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you there.
Thank you. Any other members of Council? Madam Clerk, do you have an update for us, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor, this is in relation to the deputation portion of the agenda. If committee is willing to hear that. Late last night, we received a late deputation request with respect to item H4 on today's agenda. Typically, our standard procedure dictates that the deputation request must be submitted within the predetermined time frame before a scheduled meeting. However, in this case, it was received after the deadline. If the committee wishes to entertain this deputation, it will be necessary to waive the rules of procedure to allow for it to be considered, and to facilitate this, I would recommend introducing a formal motion for this matter to discuss the deputation.
Thank you. Members of Council? Is there any interest in waiving the procedures?
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to move that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Through Madam Mayor, Councillor Johns has waived the rules of procedure to permit Marshall Smith, planning agent on behalf of Southwest Queensville, to make a deputation at today's committee regarding item H4. You would just need a vote on that for the consensus of committee.
Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
And I believe, Madam Mayor, the individuals are present in the room today. So the first item is the Deputant Marshall Smith, planning agent on behalf of Southwest Queensville, making a deputation with regards to item H4.
Welcome. Good to have you with us this morning.
Thank you very much. Glad to be with you this morning. Marshall Smith of KLM Planning Partners, just providing a quick deputation on item H4. It's a recommendation report for a zoning bylaw amendment and a draft plan of subdivision. It's located, thank you for bringing up the presentation. It's located in the, I guess, northeast quadrant of Doan Road and 2nd Concession in the Queensville area. We're here on behalf of our client, Queensville Properties Development Corporation. That's a care of DG Group. If we could go to the next slide. I guess, again, before I dive in, very happy to be here with you today. We've been working on this for about 5 years here, these applications, and we've had a lot of cooperation, collaboration with staff in the municipality to make sure that we've resolved all issues. If you can see the plan on the screen, highlighted in red are the lands that we're talking about today with frontage on 2nd Concession. Those lands will contain a combination of townhouses and single detached dwellings on public roads, also preserving a large portion of the site as woodland and environmental buffer. Our client also owns the lands outlined in blue, so I guess I'd like to point out that, you know, the combination of these two sites will make a very significant contribution to the completion and build out of the Queensville area. Also, when considered with the lands south of Doan Road, which have approvals in place or already in construction, as you can see. So this will kind of assist in tying, I think, the southwesterly extent of Queensville to the much broader area in the northeasterly portion that you can see labeled as residential, largely under construction. That will contain future community facilities, commercial facilities, parkland, and planned schools. If we can go to the next slide. This is the community development plan that was put together, I think, early on for the applications at the, I guess, lower left portion of the page under construction today south of Doan Road. This community development plan has been built upon by our client and others to reflect the ongoing development in Queensville. So you can see again those lands outlined in red, which are the subject of the applications today, and also the lands outlined in blue, which will make up the balance of our client's holdings. We're optimistic that all comments can be resolved for the lands outlined in blue for a recommendation report to come forward later on this year. Something important that I'd like to point out is just that dashed turquoise line that you can see running along the woodlot, originating in the red outlined area and passing through the blue outlined area across the woodlot into a stormwater management pond, leading into the area where neighborhood parks, elementary schools, and community centers are located. That is representing a trail network. So through this application and the neighboring application, additional pedestrian connectivity into, I guess, the area where the majority of Queensville amenities are, will be completed. So this is an important fact to point out. Also, I guess if you can look at the area in the upper right where the community center is located, the neighborhood park, and the ES for elementary school is identified, our client has actually confirmed with the public school board that a school has been secured for that site identified as ES. So also understanding that there is a Catholic school discussion in the works, our client's dedicated to helping to deliver all of the services that Queensville does need as it evolves into a complete community here with these applications. Next slide. And I won't linger on this too long, but this is a more detailed view of the draft plan of subdivision. So there is some reliance on the neighboring site that I was pointing to in blue, that's to the south and to the east, for access and servicing connections. But this plan demonstrates for you, the area of the woodlot that is to be preserved and the buffers. You can see the buffer that the public trail would be located in. You can see the relationship to the future public park on the neighboring site, and you can also see how those public roads would provide access to the proposed townhouses and single detached dwellings. Next slide. Again, I'm sure you're all familiar with all the work that goes into these applications, but many studies prepared, revised in response to comments on, multiple iterations, and we're very happy to have been able to work with staff to get to the point of a recommendation report today. So I'm here to answer any questions that you have and appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions of the presenter? Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Two questions. The first one, you mentioned that the school board has secured a school for that site. I don't see it anywhere even within their capital strategy. I know there's the one in Queensville that we know about, but that one I don't see anywhere even on their capital strategy.
And actually, I do have our client here. Yeah, if we could go back to, I think it would be slide 3, that shows the location of the schools. So,
Good morning, everyone. To answer your question, Councillor Carruthers, the school block located within this plan was acquired by the public school board approximately 2 months ago. So it did exchange ownership, and there is intent in terms of moving a site plan forward and actually constructing there.
Okay, so having sat on the school board for many, many years, having a site and having a school are two very different things and can be sometimes even decades apart. So
Yep.
I just think we have to be careful in our language because residents get concerned when they hear that a school has been secured when it's actually just the school site that has been secured. The provincial government pays for the schools, and they usually only grant the ones at the top of the capital strategy, and this one isn't even on the capital strategy. So I think we just want to be careful in how we're framing this, just so there's no misunderstanding. Happy if there is one, that's great.
Well, I appreciate your feedback, and it's a little bit conflicting with the representative that I'm speaking with the school board, but nevertheless, I can confirm that the school block is within the board's ownership, which obviously is a significant hurdle to overcome and towards building an actual school.
Yes, excellent. My second question is around our Thinking Green standards. Section 20, the level 1 target, states that all new residential, non-residential lots and blocks are within approximately 800-meter walking distance of at least 3 existing or planned amenities. And so I'm just wondering what existing or planned amenities are within 800 meters of this site? Because the Queensville Centre is much greater than 800 meters.
Sure, no, it's a good question. So this development actually follows the approved designations in the town's official plan. There are amenities that relate to, the community facilities that would, one in the trail, connect this site to those other amenities that you're referring to. And secondly, the public park that's planned on the neighboring site would represent another community amenity. These are not retail amenities or community center amenities, but these are the amenities that can be delivered on this site based on the official plan designations that are in place today and based on zoning bylaw amendment application that's in place to implement those.
Thank you. Can you tell me what 3 amenities are within 800 meters of this site?
So the amenities that I'm referring to, Councillor Carruthers, are the trail, the park, and also there are planned neighborhood or elementary schools south of Doan Road as well.
And none of those are listed on our Thinking Green strategy. It's grocery store, community center, pharmacy, medical facility, library, general retail, convenience center, coffee shop, hair salon, bank, place of worship. Those are the types of things that are listed on that. And it is a level 1 target, which must be met. So when we talk about complete communities, I think that we need to be actually adhering to our own Thinking Green strategies and making sure that these people can walk to a convenience store.
And I do appreciate the comment. In this case, we're relying on the official plan designations that we're implementing through the zoning bylaw amendment application, and those designations today are for low-density residential development.
Okay, so there's nothing on that list that will be within 800 meters.
No, there's not.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Carl, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to our presenter. Thank you very much for coming out today and sharing this with us. Affordable or attainable housing is the top of everyone's mind today, and I don't see that changing for a while. Can you give me some ballpark figures of what we might expect and some of the starting prices of your detached and the semi-detached homes?
Now,
Won't hold you to it, just
sure.
won't
and-
leave this room.
Well, and I, as a planner, it's difficult for me to predict what the market will do. I know that a lot of, the actual price of a dwelling is heavily reliant on things like interest rates. I know there's an announcement that's to be made today with respect to interest rates, and also based on a variety of other factors in the economy. Well, I can't speak to actual price of these units when they come to market. What I can say is that the zoning being proposed would permit accessory apartments, which would contribute to a more affordable stock of housing in the area. This would also have a combination of not only those detached dwellings, but additionally townhouse dwellings that would provide more of a range of housing to accommodate different family sizes and different incomes might come about in the area.
Okay, through you, Madam Mayor, I appreciate you not wanting to stick your neck out too far on the pricing at this point. At what point do you think you would be in a better position to share prices? How far away are we from that time frame?
Right, and actually, if I could.
Probably, say approximately
2 years, yes.
2 years, okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Johns, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. Reflecting back to the campaign and knocking on doors and the development to the south of the area, speaking to residents, over and over, I heard that they were, disappointed that they were in a bit of a stranded community because of what ended up happening, having their development built and then kind of nothing around it. And I very much welcome this density in this part of the neighborhood because I see it as supportive to the housing to the south and then eventually to the services that we ultimately need, i.e. that school block is sitting right there. And unless we continue to build around those planned areas, then the existing neighbors aren't going to be able to achieve eventual build out with schools in their neighborhood. And so I'm glad that we've got the one school block being moved forward with the province and the board. And I'm looking forward to kind of building out an existing community for those residents to the south. I really do think that they will benefit from this development coming into the north of them. And I would strongly support that we continue to have conversations about, at the regional level, to better understand the opportunities that exist with Doan Road and the kind of the capital investment on Doan Road. When we have stakeholders leading the way in the marketplace to be able to deliver on homes that are needed. I hope that our regional level of government can see the work that's being put in and hopefully rise to the occasion of what's needed there as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Roy-DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did want to echo the comments of my colleague. The works that are needed to be done by the region on Doan Road are dramatic and will be incredibly disruptive. And the more houses and residents we put into this area without that investment will only exacerbate that issue. And so I echo that in the need for ourselves and you and your client to continue to advocate for the regional investment and that not just the interchange at Leslie and Doan, but also to finish the interchange at the 404 as well. So I'll echo that. Madam Mayor, I did have a question, and that was the proposal is looking to put an H symbol on the file. So it's my understanding is that there isn't allocation, sewage allocation for this particular piece of land. Is your client planning to use allocation from elsewhere in Queensville to start this build out?
Yes, our client does have allocation credits, and they're looking to use those allocation credits both for this project and also for the project outlined in blue that we hope to be before you with later on in the year.
Thank you.
Councillor Leahy, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your presentation. What is the expected date of completion if hypothetically everything goes according to plan? When would these units be completed, and in total, how many units are there?
Yeah, so these units they have some reliance on the abutting parcel to the south, outlined in blue on the plan here. This development would yield a total of 68 single detached units, 12 part lots that would have a relationship with part lots on the neighboring site, and also 25 townhouse units. And I guess the plan is still evolving through the process, but the lands outlined in blue will have a total of 351 units as well, in a combination of townhouses and single detached dwellings.
Thank you. And the second part of my question is when they will be completed.
And when they will
Yes,
be
yes.
completed, again, I'll ask my client very quickly. 4 years.
Are there any other questions, comments? I guess for myself, I'm just wondering about commercial businesses and what kind of contacts you have with the average everyday little markets and corner stores and whatever to make this a complete community as opposed to a place where people live, but they have to go out of the area to buy their needs.
And it's a good question. Again, I have to rely on the official plan for delivery of permitted uses, and this is where the zoning bylaw amendment is intended to deliver the uses that were planned for in that official plan. In the future, there would not be anything stopping one of these residents or homeowners from making conversions to their dwelling through an application process. And in the event that that the market presented that need in the community, so we would be leaving any introduction of commercial uses to that stage.
Look forward to that. As you know, we do have some orphaned communities that they certainly can't walk to their needs. It's a matter of getting in a car, and as time goes on, we want to make sure that their services are within a walking distance of their homes.
Yes, no, I think it's a very fair point, and I appreciate the feedback.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, comments? Not seeing any. Could I have a mover? Councillor Roy-DiClemente, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Good to have you with us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm moving down to item F in our agenda. There are no presentations at this time, and I will move to item G, which is administration. Myself in the chair, and the first item that we have is a memo. Administration memo, municipal housing pledges and target strong mayors, powers, and building faster fund. And we have in front of us a motion. I just, before I Okay, thank you. Mr. Felczyk, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So a very important item under administration today for discussion, and we understand it's had lots of interest by council members, the public, and obviously the media as well. So the first item, there's 3 items under G, 1, 2, and 3. The first item is a memo which really just attaches, and my thanks to the clerk for leading the preparation of this. Ms. LaJavardi put together the briefing note and sort of attached information that has been previously circulated and that I believe you're well aware of. So it's really just as a refresh to pull some of that together so that you're not looking in various spots for references. We're happy to have discussion about the memo, but I think that the 2 presentations we have for you, the first one by our legal team and the second one led by myself and Ms. Bejen, Development Services, I think will sort of facilitate a better opportunity for informed dialogue about these matters. So I'll leave it to you, Madam Mayor. If you wish to have discussion about the first, the memo, that's fine, but the 2 presentations are intended to provide a little bit more context around which I think council can have an informed discussion.
I think we should move forward with the discussion, and if there's questions following, we have time on our agenda to ask those questions. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, do you mean presentations first or discussion first?
I mean presentations first.
Okay, thank you.
Hopefully they answer your questions
Yes, exactly.
before we get there.
Save time,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Madam Mayor, I don't know whether procedurally you want to receive the memo just for information, and then we would move to the presentations. I certainly leave it to yourself and committee, but that might be something you might want to think about.
Certainly. So we have the, be it resolved that administration memorandum dated September 6, 2023, entitled Municipal Housing Pledges and Target Strong Mayor Powers and Building Faster Fund be received. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor LaHaye. All those in favor? And that's carried.
Madam Mayor, the 2 presentations, the first one is item G2, followed by G3. G2 is really, it's going to be led by our town solicitor, Janice Ingram, and we just want to provide you with a little bit of the legal interpretation of the announcements that have been made, the regulations, and what they mean, and certainly give you an opportunity to understand, you know, what it is and what it isn't. And then the third one really relates more specifically to the housing target that has been released and some of the expectations around what are, you know, potential next steps with the target and this thing the province is referring to as a municipal pledge. And so the first part really is to get an understanding of the announcements, what they mean, and then the second part more specifically, e.g. focused on target and pledge. So with your permission, I would sort of move to presentation 1 and would just turn it over to our town solicitor.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mark. Just to frame the issue a little bit for everyone, and I apologize, my allergies are pretty bad today. The name of the act is called Strong Mayors Building Homes Act, 2022. And there's a reason, I think, for that. The reason being that the provincial priority of building the 1.5 million homes in the next 10-year period or something less than 10 years is related to the first part of the name of the act, which is strong mayors. The thinking, I understand, being that strong mayors, if they're given strong mayor powers, which are under this act, would basically facilitate or perhaps incentivize or accelerate the pace that these homes can be built. Because of what we understand to be a pretty critical period in our time where we have a lot of people coming to Ontario, but not a lot of places to live. So this legislation is somewhat, well, it's not somewhat, it's very different in terms of the approach of governance of a municipal government. So I would be remiss to say that it changes things, the landscape that this council would be familiar with in delivering decisions. It essentially gives you, Mayor Hackson, strong mayor powers, which would give you certain extra or additional powers, should you feel, if you should exercise them, that building the homes is going to help by exercising those powers. The legislation is new. It's not brand new. It was intended, as I understand, by the province to initially be available to two cities, our largest cities, Ottawa and Toronto. And the province took a change in direction recently and expanded it, or intends to expand it to other municipalities. And as you may know, we're in a second tranche of municipalities that may be able to secure these powers. So with that, we're going to give a very brief overview of this legislation, which we're still poring over in terms of Keith and myself. I'm going to introduce our new associate solicitor, Keith Cho. He's sitting here ready to get up to the podium and deliver the presentation. I'm going to let him do all the heavy lifting on this. And then if there are questions at the end of the presentation, Keith and I will endeavor to answer those questions, but understand that I was poring over the legislation on the weekend. So I am no expert on it yet, and I have questions myself about it that will need to be clarified, but we will do our best to answer any questions council may have about it and give you our perspective. And then if we can't answer it in a definitive way, we will be pleased to give you an opinion in writing subsequent to the meeting. So with that, Keith, would you step up to the podium, please? So I introduce Keith Cho to you, our new associate solicitor. Thank you, Keith.
Thank you, Janice, and good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council. I am pleased to be here before you and to have this opportunity to give this presentation. The purpose of this presentation is to give a very short, high-level overview of the new legislation, the Strong Mayors Building Homes Act, Bill 3. Next slide, please. 2 weeks ago, the province released a statement assigning East Gwillimbury a housing target of 4,300 homes to be built by 2031. And if the town commits by October 15th, 2023 to meeting this target, then as of October 31st, 2023, East Gwillimbury will be eligible to receive these new mayor powers and will also be eligible for the Building Faster Fund. Next slide, please. Bill 3 added a new part to the Municipal Act, which expands the current powers of the mayor. There are currently 27 municipalities that are designated under the regulations of the Municipal Act that have these powers. Some of the mayor powers are linked to provincial priorities. And as you can see on the slide, the provincial priorities are basically just build more homes. Next slide, please. So assuming that East Gwillimbury is one of the municipalities that is designated under the Municipal Act, and that nothing changes between now and October 31st, 2023.
Could I ask you to speak up just a little? We don't want to miss anything, and we're having trouble. Just raise your mic just a little bit more. That would,
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
thank you.
So assuming that East Gwillimbury is designated as one of the municipalities to receive these strong mayor powers, and if nothing changes between now and October 31st, then the mayor will have the following powers. She will be able to direct staff to take certain actions. She will be assigned the powers of the CAO. She will be able to determine East Gwillimbury's organizational structure. She will be able to hire and dismiss division heads subject to some exceptions. For example, she will not be able to hire or dismiss the chief building official, the clerk, or the fire chief. She will also be able to create and dissolve prescribed committees of council, assign functions, and appoint chairs and vice chairs. She will also be able to require council to consider a matter if she thinks it might advance a provincial priority, which is just building more homes. The mayor will also be able to veto certain bylaws if she thinks it might interfere with a provincial priority. This veto process is subject to an override mechanism. Council can vote against the veto, and if 2/3 of council votes against the veto, then the veto is overturned. The mayor will also be assigned powers and duties with respect to proposing and adopting a budget. So these points provide a high-level overview of the new mayor powers if East Gwillimbury is designated under the Municipal Act to receive these powers. Keep in mind that between now and October 31st, it is possible that the province amends Bill 3 and that these powers could change. Next slide, please. If the mayor chooses, she is able to delegate some of her powers under Bill 3. For example, she can delegate number 1 and 4 on the slide to council, and she can delegate number 2 to council or the CAO. Next slide, please. So how have other municipalities been exercising these new mayor powers? And I'll give some examples. On July 1st, 2023, the City of Waterloo's mayor delegated to City Council her authority to establish and dissolve committees of council. On July 3rd, 2023, the town of Milton delegated to council the powers of the CAO. On July 14th, 2023, the City of Oshawa's mayor delegated to the CAO the authority to hire and dismiss division heads. And on August 14th, 2023, the City of Pickering's mayor directed the CAO and the Director of Finance to prepare a draft budget. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Very much enlightening. Thank you. Questions? I'm not seeing any. Go ahead, please.
There's so much to say, I don't even know where to start. First of all, I'm going to use gender-neutral language referring to the mayor, because this isn't just about our current mayor, but this is about any mayor going forward. It also makes it a little less personal, because how I would feel about our current mayor having some of these powers is very different than how I would feel about maybe a future mayor. So I'll use gender-neutral, they. The thing that I was already worried about this. It's very anti-democratic, and as a democratic institution, we should all be very affronted by something like this even being proposed on behalf of the people who elected us to make the decisions, rolling over and saying, oh, yeah, we're fine with not making those decisions, but delegating them to someone else is a little bit scary. But even more scary is your comment about that they could change the legislation to add even more powers. It's very concerning. I think it's important for us to keep in mind when looking at this about how well-functioning our council is, and that we don't seem to have a problem with approving housing as, we all like to say, the fastest-growing municipality in Canada. We have a demonstrated record. And I would really worry about this type of, these powers actually making an already well-functioning council dysfunctional. And so I'm wondering what we can do. Sorry, one more concern is the risk that both on a mayor who might exercise powers as a single person rather than as a body, and the liability that goes along with that. And so I'm wondering, what can we do as a council to protect both the mayor and council and the town from misuse of these powers?
There are some protections already in Bill 3 that protect against misuse. For example, the mayor's veto powers are linked to the provincial priorities. So she can only exercise the veto powers if, for example, she believes that vetoing a certain bylaw might advance that provincial priority. In terms of protecting against misuse, that link to provincial priorities is what I see from Bill 3 as far as protection goes.
So maybe more specifically, is there some sort of resolution from council that we would be able to put into place that would say the council must be advised in advance of the exercise of these powers so that we are aware and we can provide advice if something is misguided, or we can look at what our options are if we had a mayor who wanted to abuse the powers? Is there any way we can put a resolution from council that would be to that effect?
Through you, Madam Mayor, excellent question. There are procedures set out in Bill 3 that requires the mayor to provide written notice to the clerk of her intention to take certain actions within Bill 3, including the veto powers.
Okay.
For example, even if she were to direct staff to take certain actions or duties, she needs to do so in writing. If she wants council to consider a bylaw, she has to give written notice to the clerk, and the clerk would circulate to the council members the intention to veto.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Ingram, you had a comment? Enlightenment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. As Keith has said, there are provisions in the legislation to prevent or to mitigate perhaps misuse. The difficulty that we're grappling with in looking at the legislation is that there is intended to be a nexus between the exercise of powers and the building homes priority, and that's the intention of the legislation. However, that nexus is subject to interpretation, and whether it will protect you is, from that, your question, concern is, it's not clear in my mind that it will do that. But that's because I haven't pored over it long enough to tell you definitively. A resolution may help in setting the stage for how everyone expects it to be implemented. So I think that's a a very good idea. Whether or not that will do it is hard to say because, of course, this is legislation. And the thing about this legislation is that, and it was a surprise to me when I read it, was that these powers are assigned to the head of council, and there are limits as to what the head of council can then reassign or do about it. And so if you do have a head of council, and it's very obviously we don't have that concern at this time, but if you know, a municipality had a head of council that decided to, you know, go a little bit beyond where they, you know, where typically they would go, then it's very problematic, right? And that's what I think we're grappling with. So this is, of course, maybe obvious to people, but the only way you can entirely insulate yourself from having a head of council that may go that way is by not accepting the powers at all. And that is obviously not something that, you know, people would be considering at this time because of the importance of building housing. However, you can build housing without having the powers. And if we were the fastest growing municipality already, it is up to your consideration to consider whether or not you want to be part of this framework. Because once you have it, you're in it. And I don't know necessarily if you can totally protect yourself from a head of council that is unlike the current head of council we have now.
Thank you very much. That's the first I've heard that we might have the option to not accept these. So I would like, I know we're not making any decisions today, but I think that's something that we should all consider as we were all elected to make these decisions. And I think it's important that we hold on to that power that was given to us by the electorate. So I would love for that to come back to council with exactly how we would.
May I clarify that?
Yeah.
The only way you can, and this is why this suggestion is out there, the only way you can is by not sending a confirmation to the province by October 15th to meet the target that they've assigned to East Gwillimbury. That's the only way I see you cannot accept them. Because once you send that letter through the mayor, you have them. If nothing changes, as Keith said, between October 15th or the date you send that letter in, which could be tomorrow, and October 31st. Because if you send the letter in saying you commit to the target, October 31st, apparently East Gwillimbury will be assigned those powers. So that's the only way you do not accept them. You
And
can't do
there's
it
no other
any
way.
other way.
Okay, thank you for that clarity.
Councillor Leahy, then Councillor Roy-DiClemente.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I would like to suggest respectfully, if I would like to hear the second presentation prepared by staff before we engage in further discussion about the matter. I think that their information they provide might also add to the conversation.
Councillor Roy-DiClemente.
As I understand it, they're separate, unique, they're different things. There's the Bill 3, 4,300 strong mayors and 1.1 proposed or possible $1.1 million revenue per year. That's the one thing. The second thing is the housing pledge, which is due by the end of the year. So we've got something that's due in October and something that's due in December. And I think that we need to keep them separate or we will get confused. What I wanted to comment was that I felt we, as Councillor Carruthers said, we didn't get to be Canada's fastest growing municipality with strong mayor powers. We continue to have the resources, the plans, the land, the wherewithal to continue to approve and build and have housing built, with the exception of things that are beyond our control, like infrastructure and interest rates and housing prices and market demand and all of those things. But the things that are within our control and our purview, we have those things and we've achieved those things without strong mayor power. So from that perspective, that's one thing. The challenge, I think, before us is, it's not so much, okay, well, yeah, we can do 4,300 houses, that's easy. The problem is that we find the provisions of the strong mayor powers to be somewhat objectionable, but we've also tied it to revenue and to revenue for the municipality. And so it's not just the democratic powers and the housing, but that there's also dollars attached to it as well. And so I think for me, that's where it starts to become even more of an issue. What I did want to ask through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Cho is, when we talk about the mayor using those strong powers, let's say, for example, the mayor uses them to dismiss a general manager not on the list of legislated roles. Does that open the mayor up to personal liability, or does it open the municipality up to liability? Because if the municipality or the corporation is going to be obligated to defend the actions of the mayor, that becomes an issue, more so than if the mayor were to do something and to, let's say, be taken to court over that decision. That's a personal decision that the mayor has made that none of us at this table have had any input into. So I'm wondering how that plays out for the individual mayors. And that's not just our mayor, but every mayor who has those powers.
You're directing this question to
To the room, I guess.
That's what I thought.
And so, to Mr. Cho, of course, because he's the one who's making the presentation, but of course, if Ms. Ingram or Mr. Valchich wish to rescue him, they're welcome to do so as well.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, there is a provision in Bill 3 that provides immunity for decisions made. And I think it may benefit to just read it out loud. The section says, a decision made or a veto power or other power exercised legally and in good faith under this part shall not be quashed or open to review in whole or in part by any court because of the unreasonableness or supposed unreasonableness of the decision or exercise of the veto power or other power. So basically, if the decision is made in good faith, it's not, we can't challenge it in court because of the unreasonableness of the decision.
So through you, Madam Mayor, we're basically throwing employment law out the window? It seems that way. Am I misinterpreting that? Am I misreading that or misunderstanding that?
If a decision is not made in good faith, then this section would not apply. So if the mayor were to, on a whim and without being tied to the provincial priority, just dismiss any division head, then this provision would not provide that same immunity.
Thank you.
Just before, if you don't mind. Wow. Did we all sign up for this, really? The new provincial legislation to address the housing crisis in Ontario is one of the I take seriously. And we've heard from our experienced staff the target of building 4,300 houses in 2031 is achievable based on the conditions that are within our control. I'm comfortable with that position. In response to the questions and concerns, I'd like to specifically address the strong mayor's power. My leadership style has always been to work collaboratively with all members of council, and this will continue. We are a council that collectively shares a vision for an inclusive and healthy community, and I don't think I've been on a council that has been as strong as that. As an elected municipal council, it's our responsibility to ensure we succeed in delivering the needs of our residents and to achieve this guided by our strategic plan. My commitment is that we will continue to be a team and work together. We've done it for years, and it's worked very well for us, and there's no reason why we can't continue and chart our own waters. Now, is there anyone else that had any questions? Sorry, go ahead. I just needed to. I wanted to say what I had written because I was afraid that if I got off script, it might not be pretty. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I speak for the rest of council. I'm glad you were composed. And welcome to the team, Mr. Cho. It's
Thank you.
good to have you here. I hope you enjoy your time at East Gwillimbury and that you stay for a long time.
Thank you.
Just, you know, it's jumping off of everything that my colleagues have said here. It's the powers are staggering, and I support the comments that was said before me. I think it's an affront to democracy, and I worry about the liability. Councillor Roy-DiClemente took my question before I could get to it. Shocking about the liability. It's staggering. The fact that a mayor can dismiss a general manager, I think is going to be subject to such abuse in the future, and we will, I guarantee you, we will see examples of it, not here, but in other jurisdictions. I think we'll see it, and I think that will shine a light on some of the weaknesses of these new powers. Although I did notice that the clerk and the fire chief and the CBO are all in this room, and they're immune from that, so they saw a bit of relief on their faces, so that's a good thing. There was a question I had to around. There was about changing some bylaw. The mayor can override some bylaws if they feel it meets, but they needed the support of 1/3 of council. So, help my math here. Whether we round up or round down, is it 2 or 3 members of council that would need to override a bylaw? What's the magic number there?
Through you, Madam
hear two.
Mayor. 1/3 of council, so at least 1/3 of council, so then I believe
it's-
we would need 3.
So
Three
that's,
ins-
yeah, I think 1/3 is like 2.3. So are we rounding down or are we rounding up?
If 2/3 of council votes against a mayor's veto, then the veto is overturned. So the mayor only needs 1/3 of council to support the veto, and the mayor herself can vote. So if there are 7 council members, then, correct me if I'm wrong, Janice, but I believe 1/3, at least 1/3 would be 3.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. So if the head of council were to veto something, council can then outvote the vote. So council would need, I believe, 5 to meet the 2/3, more than 2/3. So with a 7-member council, 5 must vote to overturn the veto. If 4 only vote to overturn the veto stands. So basically, if the head of council on a 7-member council wants to veto something and wants it to stand, the head of council must have an alliance on that matter with two other council members, and that's the issue. Yes, that's the math.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Councillor Johns?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm just, so clarification, is there a sunset clause on this, i.e. the legislation on the target spoke to the 2031 target? We are in a generational crisis right now with housing. Do these powers that would be given to us, are they intended to wind down and complete with this generational crisis that we are facing, or is it infinite? Is it ongoing forever?
Through you, Madam Mayor, great question. From what I can see in Bill 3, there's no winding down, period. It's possible that in the future, if the province thinks we are reaching our housing targets and we have enough housing, it's possible that the province could amend the legislation so that these strong mayor powers are no longer in effect. But as far as a specific section saying if we reach this number of houses, these powers are no longer in effect, I don't see that in Bill 3.
Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess to kind of go a little further on Councillor John's point, kind of. The one line here says, require council to consider a matter if it could advance a provincial priority. So we are assuming that the provincial priority right now is housing. So while we are under the strong mayor powers, and this is open-ended, but what might the next provincial priority be? And do we have an opportunity to have this type of conversation, or just it becomes a provincial priority and the strong mayor can exercise those powers? I know that's open-ended. I'm not sure that there is an answer. But when I read that, I wonder what the next one will be. And if we're in the same position that we may be in under the strong mayor powers, how does that change? How do we look at this in the future?
Through you, Madam Mayor, great question. The way I understand your comment is that the provincial priorities could change and be expanded in the future, and therefore, by default, the mayor's powers to bring forward matters would also be expanded. That's a very valid point. Right now, the provincial priorities only list 2 points in the regulation. I don't know if that's going to be expanded in the future, and you're right, it could be. And if it does, we'll evaluate at that point what effect it has on the rest of Bill 3. Right now, there's only 2, so we're only looking at it from that standpoint.
Councillor Leahy, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Mayor. I'm wondering if it would be helpful for us to wait until after September 11th when we're being assigned a regional facilitator so that some of these questions that have been raised might be addressed by that individual, as well as I wanted to understand clearly what it means if this council chooses to vote against the strong mayoral powers and accepting the housing pledge. My understanding, and there's a challenge in every opportunity, in every challenge, there's an opportunity, is what I'm trying to say. And I'm always filtering decisions and tough decisions through what is best for the municipality and the residents of East Gwillimbury. My concern is that if we vote against the strong mayoral powers, that we will be disenfranchising the voice of the municipality of East Gwillimbury. If we are not at the table, continuing discussions on an ever evolving, it seems it's evolving on a daily basis, but if we decide we don't want to have a seat at the table to continue those discussions with the province, that we are doing a disservice to the residents of East Gwillimbury because we are disenfranchising their voice as elected officials. We are elected to make those tough decisions by the residents, and I believe that we need to continue to listen to the province, and that the solutions to these challenges will only be solved by ways of solving them will only be found if we work together at all levels of government.
I'm not seeing any other questions. Could I have a mover for the presentation, please? Councillor Crone, Councillor LaHaye. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wanting to clarify, we're just receiving the presentation. What are we have about a month and a half before we have to make an indication to the province about what we're doing with it. So what are the next steps?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, the next steps, I think, are best outlined in the next presentation that talk about sort of what the milestone points are of decision-making. And so based on the discussion that you have today and that we hear from you, your thoughts today, then we would be coming back as appropriate with proposed resolutions for your consideration prior to those key dates, the first one being October 15th. So there's a little bit of time, but today is really to try and just digest this pretty overwhelming amount of information, quite frankly, and then to start the dialogue, and then we've got probably a meeting or two that we can sort of contemplate how council would like to proceed.
Any other questions, comments? All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you. Take a breather. Number 3 on our agenda is administration presentation, municipal housing target and housing pledge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Certainly, I think you've now had a chance to understand. I know that focused on strong mayor powers because that seems to be kind of an emphasis in the legislation, the way it's titled, and some of the responsibilities that have been conferred to implement these targets. But really, as we understood it when these announcements were first coming out, the issue was about a commitment to build housing. And so now that you've had a little bit of a discussion about what some of the legislation means through the presentation from our legal department, we just want to provide a little bit more context for what does the 2 milestone dates look like in October and December, and the decisions that need to be made in order to participate in this program, if you want to call it that. So I'm going to start the presentation off, and then I'm going to turn it over to General Manager Bejan. But if we can just start with the first slide, please. The next one would be great. So just first of all, just starting off with a little bit of clarity around servicing allocation, because I think for the last few years there's been a fair amount of discussion about this impending demand. We know that our medium and long-term growth targets really quadruple us in size as a municipality, and clearly that's not going to be possible without significant additional servicing infrastructure. So our sort of storyline has been about where we need infrastructure in order to grow, and that's true over the medium and long term. But in relation to the current status and the 4,300 target, Slide 1 here is what we refer to as our development dashboard. And the two rows that really are important are the bottom row, which is the total allocation. And when we talk about total allocation related to YDSS, the current YDSS allocation, it's set at 8188. But 8188 refers to what we call single detached equivalent units. So that's a single detached unit. However, if you build townhome units or apartments or that sort of thing, you get more units out of that 8188. So 8188 is kind of the minimum, and then if you build more intensified housing, that number of units goes up. And so right now there's 8188 that's available in total in the YDSS. And if you look at the orange bar, I think it's orange, 2 above, that speaks to how many building permits have currently been issued against the total allocation. So that's 4708. So that leaves 3480 that's available. And the reason we've got a plus minus in front of that is that depending on the types of units, that number might be bigger. It actually should say plus because it could not be minus. The only way it could be minus is there has been some discussion of, do we use some of the town reserve for ICI development? Well, that would then take it away from the 8188 for housing. So that I just wanted to explain the context around SDE units and that the status of servicing that's available. So the other thing that we do know is that there are current refinements being made to the existing YDSS system, as the engineers refer to it, downstream from us, that is not the ultimate sort of expansion of YDSS, but just fine-tuning existing infrastructure to, extract a little bit more capacity out of that. It's our understanding through meetings that we've had recently with engineering and regional staff that we will see in the next few years somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,000 to 3,000 additional units potentially just coming out of those refinements. So from a servicing and capacity point of view, we don't believe that the 4,300 target is unreasonable. However, we also know that, and the second thing I would say is from our sort of existing plans and official plans, secondary plans, and planning processes that are underway, we believe that the municipality, and again going back to a term that was used earlier by a council member, the areas that we control, we believe that 4,300 is not an unachievable target by 2031. That being said, there are elements such as interest rates and other market drivers, supply chain availability of trades, etc., that could impact the pace at which housing is developed. Those are elements beyond our control and would be factors that would be considered by developers and builders. And so again, what I want to emphasize is the areas that are within municipal control, we believe position us well to support achieving 4,300 units of growth by 2031. But with that, I just wanted to clarify that because I think sometimes there was maybe a little bit of misunderstanding about the fact, did we have servicing available or not? And I wanted to sort of clarify that for all members of council and for the public. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to General Manager Beijan, who's going to take you through the balance of this presentation, which really focuses, unless there's questions on slide 1,
There are.
then we'll turn it over to Ms. Beijan.
Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and thank you for that clarification. So 4,300 minus 3,480 leaves us 820 short. Is there anything in that orange 4708 that could count towards the pledge, or is it everything beyond that?
Thank you for that question, Madam Mayor. We're actually in the process of analyzing the 4708 because to the degree that we know that there was some level of semis and townhomes and et cetera in that 4708. So In fact, that number, the capacity that's left, the 3480, may be a little higher.
Okay.
It may be actually a little higher, so that number needs to be refined. I don't think it's going to be significant, but that's why we've got the plus minus there.
Okay, but that 4708, none of those count towards the pledge unless that number goes down and the subtraction number works better.
Thank you, Madam
Yeah,
Mayor.
yeah.
Absolutely. Sorry if I
Okay.
misunderstood the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, the amount that we're saying is available towards the pledge right now is 3480.
And it could go
Assuming
up,
that the 4708 included some semis and towns, et cetera, which we know there's some elements of that 3480 goes up a little bit. To the degree that you use existing reserve for ICI, that 3480 goes down a little bit. So we believe that the 3480 is probably a good ballpark number for you to assume is roughly available now, and we would need additional servicing on top of that we believe is coming. It's not guaranteed. We believe is coming in the next couple of years to get to the 4300.
Okay, and your explanation and the color coding explains the first 4 lines, and then the bottom numbers, there's no, like, can we have some sort of context on what those numbers mean?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the initially, when YDSS was put in place, there was 5,465 units of capacity that were made available. 4715 was assigned in accordance with cost-sharing agreements for the parties that actually upfronted the implementation, cost and implementation of that infrastructure. 750 units of reserve was available at town discretion. Much of that 750 has already been allocated. There is some left, but it's modest. Then there was 2 sort of stages of what was called conservation. A 20% uptick for achieving higher building standards to achieve more efficient flows of wastewater, as well as an additional 8 for going to even higher standards. And so those are what's referred, that's what brings us to what we commonly refer to as the 7,000 units. If you add those across, you get to approximately 7,000 units. Then there was another 906 units that were made available. Mr. Molinari would have to help me with this one, but I think that's related to some infrastructure upgrades that were made in the system or are currently almost completed. And then there was the 282, which relates to Sharon inline storage, which was again an engineering approach to use some of the capacity that existed in the pipes to get some extra allocation pending the ultimate expansion of YDSS. So as a non-engineer, that's my explanation. But if you'd like a little better information on that, Mr. Molinari, I'm sure can fill in any gaps. But that's what those numbers mean. The reason we put them in, and our apologies for not labeling what they were. It's because sometimes we talk about 7,000, then we talk about the extra 1,000, it's actually 906. Then we talk about inline storage, that's 282. We talk about conservation. So we did a good job at putting the putting the break points in there. We just didn't label it. so we can have that updated for purposes of the public consumption of this presentation.
Thank you, that's very clear. That was a more in-depth analysis than I even needed, just knowing that that's how the allocation rolled out. That's fine. Thank you so much.
Councillor LaHaye, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Is it clear, do we have an exact date at which we can start counting eligible housing numbers? So the units that have already had pre-approved sewage allocation, which ones can we potentially include if there is a date given to us by the province to count up this target number?
Madam Mayor, those details we'll sort out in the coming weeks. I guess what we would say is that, generally speaking, from a servicing capacity point of view, the purpose of this chart is simply to suggest that we do not believe 4,300 is an unreasonable target to 2031. In terms of the exact dates of counting, I'm not clear on exactly what those dates would be or how many units are at the starting point a month or 2 months from now. But nonetheless, we believe that there is likely going to be enough capacity to achieve the 4,300 by 2031 from a servicing point of view.
Go ahead, please.
A follow-up question through you, Madam Mayor. And in fact, there's the potential that we could exceed the target. And there are, in fact, incentives if 80% of the target is achieved. You don't have to even achieve 100% of the target. It's only 80% of the target in order to be eligible to receive financial benefits in terms of money to invest in infrastructure. But if you exceed the 100% target, there are bonuses if you exceed that. If you meet and exceed the target, you receive further financial benefits for the town of East Gwillimbury.
So, Madam Mayor, with your permission, I just wanted to provide that opening context. Some of it's going to get reiterated through Ms. Béjean's presentation, but with your permission, I would turn it over to Ms. Béjean. She can take you through the remaining slides, and then we can talk about next steps.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Can we go to the next slide, please? Some of what you'll see before you've already has been addressed, so I won't spend a lot of time on it. Essentially, the approach I've taken is really just sort of look at this from the practicality of it. Is it possible? Could we achieve it? And what might we want to do should council wish to proceed with either confirming the target or proceeding with a housing pledge? So these are some of the key due dates for being able to make those decisions. Next slide, please. We don't think we need to spend any time of this. It's just sort of reiterating that the confirmation of the housing target is tied to the potential for strong mayor powers. And it is unclear at this time some of the impacts that the CAO spoke to around barriers to housing growth, which are typically interest rates and other market forces. There isn't at this time a sort of a direct link between how our understanding of strong mayor powers would impact those. Next slide, please. There has been some discussion about the Building Faster Fund, and certainly the attainment of the targets is tied to some financial benefit, but I would defer to our treasurer to speak to how the overall context in terms of the impact on our ability to collect development charges versus the potential to sort of recoup some of that through the program. Perhaps at the conclusion of this part of the presentation, we could go into that in a little bit more detail. But I think it's important context to understand that even though there is this potential to access funding through the Building Faster Fund, my understanding is that it doesn't make up the shortfall from what we had originally projected based on the prior development charge structure. Next slide, please. So as the CAO has noted, this just speaks to the fact that we believe it's possible and our potential to achieve the target is reasonable. It's certainly, we've got approximately 3,500 units of single detached equivalents available to us now. The majority are in the hands of developers, and then, as you know, there's the 1,034 units within the reserve to use at council's discretion. We anticipate, as has been mentioned, some increases or sort of infrastructuring and increased expansion of capacity that'll happen sort of incrementally as we advance towards the ultimate YDSS Southern Expansion solution. Next slide, please. So in terms of that shortfall, how do we bridge the gap between what we have available in allocation to us now and that 4,300 target? As CL mentioned, not all types of housing require a full unit of allocation. So depending on the built form that is provided, that can impact the numbers. And options that are currently being explored with respect to private servicing could also help towards the attainment of that target. Next slide, please. So, as has been mentioned, there are things that we can control in terms of moving towards any expanded efforts to create new housing. We have the official plan and land use policies in place. What we can control is our ability to deliver efficient processes and expedite development applications. But at the end of the day, the municipality does not build houses. So what is out of our control are developer decisions that may or may not be influenced by market forces such as interest rates, servicing availability, and some of the other factors that the CAO mentioned that we're hearing with respect to labor challenges and supply chain issues. So those are, and we know that the province has commented on efforts to try to address some of these issues, but they very much are things that are outside of the municipality's control. Next slide, please. So I guess before I go on to the pledge, we believe that understanding what we have available to us and what's happening in terms of incremental expansions to infrastructure, that it's not unreasonable to believe that we could achieve that target, and to Councillor Leahy's point, potentially exceed the target. So it just remains Council's decision whether or not they wish to commit to that, and in what form you wish to do that. The pledge was something that actually predated the target, and that again, it's entirely at Council's discretion, but could be a more comprehensive document that speaks to some of the specific measures that we're undertaking to advance access to housing and the availability of housing. Next slide, please. I've provided a couple of examples. So we were, the municipality received a letter from the Minister of Housing that provided an outline in terms of what the pledge might address in terms of specific tactics and strategies and efforts that were in place to support housing. Some municipalities have taken a much more concise approach, and Markham is an example where they've just indicated that they accept the need for housing, and they're going to essentially do what they can to advance that, but again, highlighting that there are factors outside of the municipality's control. So we also have, on the next slide, there is another example that is sort of the direction that Richmond Hill was taking. Recognizing that the target is aspirational and there are external factors that contribute to it, noting that the province needs to be a partner with municipalities in delivering the infrastructure necessary to support this growth, and that and they included a request that the ongoing consultation happen with respect to some of the the myriad changes that have happened as a result of new and emerging legislation. Next slide, please. So our vision, certainly, that as is captured in the official plan, certainly supports our ability to create additional housing, but it speaks to the need to have the necessary infrastructure and connected communities in order for that to happen. So, this should council wish to pursue a housing pledge, it certainly would not be out of, would not contravene our vision as stated in the official plan, and it would align with our growth targets. Next slide, please. This gets into a little bit more detail about some of the specific items that were highlighted by the ministry in terms of, if should council wish to provide a more detailed pledge, how do we align with, what strategies do we have to encourage gentle intensification, for example? Well, that's embedded in our official plan. What are the, do we have strategies to use municipal surplus lands? Well, that's not really a factor for the municipality, but we do recognize that the region does have some land that could be potentially available. So so this would be, should council want a more detailed response, we could speak to exactly how EG sort of is addressing or acting on some of the specific initiatives. Next slide speaks to that as well. And I think this also, a more detailed response would offer the opportunity to highlight some of the limitations around, we can do what we can with our available infrastructure, but at the end of the day, without additional infrastructure, there's only so far we can grow. Next slide, please. Again, this is, asking, this is sort of a general document. Are there things that municipalities can do? And not all are applicable. I think that we've already updated our zoning to permit a greater range of and diversity of housing stock. And right now, it's more, in our work directly with the development community in terms of, their responsiveness to the market needs and what we can do to support that diversity of housing stock. But typically, it's not our regulatory structure that is a barrier to that kind of growth. It also mentioned that, does the municipality may wish to consider tools such as the CHIA, or the Community Infrastructure Housing Accelerator, and we will be coming forward with a report to council to discuss that option and its potential use in future development. So certainly all of these items are being addressed as our, part of our ongoing efforts to address the housing challenge. Next slide, please. So at the end of the letter from the ministry, they asked to identify, what can the municipality do specifically in terms of advancing housing growth objectives. So I've offered a couple of concrete examples. We're working with the region on the consistent application, or CAP process, which is an effort to try to have alignment and consistency across all municipalities in the region for the development process. In reality, what it has done is there are varying levels of consistency, but it has allowed for a conversation among all of our municipal neighbors to ensure that we're doing things in a similar fashion, which the objective is to make it more consistent and easier to access for developers, so that they aren't dealing with disparate processes in different municipalities. But part of that process is also trying to adjust to the constraints of the emerging legislation on, Bill 109 in particular, in terms of timelines and the needs to consider refunds of application fees. So that's all been integrated into the CAP discussions. And then another thing that we can do is to develop an affordable housing strategy in collaboration with regional and provincial partners. So we've certainly identified goals around affordable housing, but we don't currently have a clear strategy in terms of what we will do in terms of next steps in advancing those objectives. So that is something that we could consider undertaking in our efforts of supporting these goals. Next slide, please. And this one talks to, what can the province do? What are the the things that the province controls in terms of potential barriers to being successful in attaining more housing? Obviously, advancing the York-Durham sewage solution, the developing programs that incent diversity of housing stock, because one of the barriers we hear most often to purpose-built rental, for example, is our market-related challenges. So if that's the type of development that we want to see, are there things that we could be doing collaboratively to incent that type of development? Policy leadership in terms of facilitating private servicing options where that might be appropriate. Right now, one of the challenges that we face in terms of considering private servicing is that it does run up against some barriers from a policy perspective. And then, as I mentioned, some of those other external market forces, are there things that the province can do to be addressing some of those market-related barriers, whether it be interest rates or labor availability? Those are without a doubt, significant barriers to housing growth and not something that municipality can take on its own. So again, just to frame this, these are all things that could potentially be included in a pledge should council wish to make a pledge and have a more fulsome response. Or you could look at the examples of, some of our neighbors and simply keep it very succinct. But I just wanted to provide potential responses based on the framework that was provided by the ministry. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, we have the consideration of the commitment to the housing target as part of the by October 15th, and then the date for the publication of a housing pledge. And it is meant to be a public-facing document that, so it, as much as possible, sort of a plain language document that is meant to be shared with residents as well as the province in terms of what the municipality is doing around achieving the housing targets, essentially, by December 15th. So I'm happy to entertain any questions or any comment on what I presented.
Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to staff for your presentations. Help me understand the mechanics of this pledge. Does it need to be a resolution from council, or can the mayor simply execute this pledge?
I'll perhaps defer to my colleague, our solicitor, to answer that one, because there's been a lot of discussion about that.
That's why I asked.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we've taken a look at that question, and it's our view that the mayor would not have the authority individually to make that commitment. So it would be a requirement for council to vote on that, and then the mayor to submit the letter. There was confusion because there has been a request directly made to the mayor by the former minister to commit to the target, but our internal opinion is that that's more of an administrative head of council role rather than a legal commitment.
Okay. Thank you, and I wasn't suggesting that the mayor would do something outside of what council deemed right. So I just wanted to know how we went about it. But I want to drill down a little bit more on the pledge and the strong mayor powers, because they seem to be intertwined here. There were two dates that you had up on an earlier slide that if we had it submitted in writing, the pledge, by October 15th, we got the powers. So my question is, if we submitted the pledge October 16th, would we satisfy the pledge but not get the powers? Because I'm quite happy with to go along with the pledge with some caveats. Not crazy about the strong mayor powers, just on a point of principle. But just curious if you could help me understand those two dates with a little more clarity.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll perhaps provide a little bit of context on the dates and then again defer to the solicitor to speak to the legal issue. But the first correspondence we received was the invitation to make a pledge. That came before we were assigned a potential target, and that came with the date of the request to publish a pledge by December 15th of 2023. And the ministry provided in their request a framework to consider for building a pledge. And so our initial kind of look at that was sort of looking at what had already been determined as part of our growth targets, that we weren't, there wasn't really rationale to look at deviating from the what was in the official plan and what was in the growth plan. And then some weeks later, we then received a correspondence with the assigned target and the new request to make a commitment to that target. So the commitment and the target and that the commitment to the target is a different exercise than the pledge itself. And so the pledge is really more, our understanding is the pledge is more about the how. And initially the request was that we would define what our target was going to be. And then I guess through subsequent deliberations, the province decided to assign the target. So in terms of the impact of submitting it on October 16th, I'll defer to my colleague, Ms. Ingram, to speak to that.
Thank you, Margot. Through you, Madam Mayor. The October 16th would put us out of time to be in that program for strong mayors, and so you have to do it by October 15th in terms of that. So yes, it's a hard stop on October 15th to commit to the target of 4,300. As GM Vigine says, the pledge is that bigger exercise that's to be done by December, which would indicate how we intended to do it. There has been some confusion, by the way, because some of the provincial bulletins have, I think, used them somewhat interchangeably a bit at times, and now I think we have clarity that the target is 4,300 and the pledge is the bigger exercise, which is due by December 15th. But the target is due by October 15th to be in the program, and then you get your assigned strong mayor's powers. They're completely linked.
Okay, so you can't have one without the other.
You cannot, no.
Okay.
They're linked.
Just indulge me, if you will, Madam Mayor, if I could continue. I think given the fact that this week we have a new Minister of Municipal Affairs, I think it might be prudent just to double check that they're going to stay the course with this program. New broom sweeps clean, maybe they want to change things up a bit, I don't know. We have time, so we don't have to make any decisions today, but it's good to talk about it. So I would recommend that to staff. From my own personal standpoint, I agree 100%. I think the goal is very attainable, and I think we could probably overshoot. And so if there's some bonus money in there, that's always, you don't want to leave anything on the table. And I think that we owe it to the taxpayers that if the province is providing us with some funding, I think we definitely want to take advantage of that. I like the idea of what Markham did when they do their pledge. I think we put some caveats into that as well. Happy to do this, but it is contingent upon the province helping us out with some certain things. We have a development that's north of Lowe's that's being proposed that needs some provincial approvals. That development could get us to where a large part of our target, and it's would have minimal impact on infrastructure requirements. So it provides density, and so it's a win all around for us if we could help them. They could help us get some ministry approvals there to move that along. I think secondly, we have to indicate that there are issues with everything is contingent on market conditions, interest rates, everything that you said before, but the market conditions have to be favorable for the consumer. I think that's a point we really need to hammer home, that this has to be favorable for the consumer. I also think it's important for us to sign the pledge because it keeps us engaged with the province. It's very important that we continue on the conversation with this, because I have strong feelings about how they've come up with what they're doing to our development charge system. They've completely disrupted our business model. And so I think we need to keep having that conversation with them. If we opt out of the pledge, I think we drop out of the conversation. I don't think they're going to talk to us. So I think it's important to have that two-way conversation going. $1 million a year is good, but it's not nearly enough. And I did a little research, and this is what, some of the infrastructure things that we need. to get a kilometer of street, regular street, would cost $2.3 million. A kilometer of water main is $1.2 million. A kilometer of sanitary sewer is $1.9 million. And to build a very modest park, 5-acre park, you're looking at $2 to $2.5 million. So $1 million a year is it's peanuts. It's not going to cut it. So, but I think we need to have that continuing conversation. And if you look at the share of what every new home buyer pays out in development charges in East Gwillimbury, it's actually less than the HST component that is charged, and that's factoring in the rebate. So if the province was serious, they could start by waiving the PST. If they want to reduce the affordability of houses, maybe they start in their own backyard and drop the PST. Just a thought. Anyway, those are my comments for now, but I think we add some strong caveats to our pledge that we need their help, their support, and that we intend to continue the conversation on development charges, because we didn't really get a chance to have that conversation when they introduced it, because it was at the end of October, just after we were elected, and most councils didn't have their first meeting until after it was given royal assent. So I think we need to have that conversation now. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Roy-DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm of the opinion that we need to keep it as simple as possible. We've done our part in the past. We're going to continue to do our part. And I think that's really all that from my perspective, that's all we really need to say. We know, everybody knows, that we're not necessarily able to control all aspects of this. But we are doing our part, and we're continuing to do our part. I think that's really what it comes down to. I think what I would like to respectfully request, Madam Mayor, is something a little bit more equivocal from you about your intent with respect to the strong mayor's powers. We've seen other mayors come out with statements that say, I will use them, or I won't use them. I think that would be helpful to not just the people sitting at this table, but also to the folks out in the audience and beyond. I think that would help, I think, frame some of our conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor LaHaye, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. And through you, Madam Mayor, I appreciate the enforcement of Councillor Crone's statement that the importance of continuing the conversation and the dialogue in a respectful way, regardless of what our positions are on different matters. It's important to keep the conversation going. Something occurred to me while Councillor Crone was talking, and it's also connected with strong mayoral powers. The town has already pre-approved sewage allocations for certain developments within the town of East Gwillimbury. And it's my understanding that certain developers have chosen to wait and are not in a sort of timely way making progress in terms of building those homes that have already received the pre-allocation. So is there anything in connection with potential strong mayor powers that could be used to incentivize developers to start building those homes faster that they already have the pre-approval for?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't believe there's anything under the Planning Act that would enable us to change sort of the context of existing agreements. That allocation resulted from a cost-sharing agreement for the initial infrastructure that was built. So at the time, we did not include any type of sunset clause, for example, that if you don't develop in X number of years. So right now, our strategy has been and continues to be one of, a collaborative approach and working with the development community the deputation this morning sort of spoke to, is an example of that in terms of, advancing new home builds. But I don't believe that, and, I certainly would defer to the town solicitor, but I don't believe that there's anything that would override those currently existing agreements.
Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm not feeling particularly respectful towards a government that's actually working towards taking away the voice of those sitting at this table that were elected to make these decisions on behalf of the people who elected us. We've established that the strong mayor powers are potentially problematic. We've established that we don't need the strong mayor's power to build houses. The question boils down to, do we want to give away the responsibilities that we were elected to exercise in exchange for a provincial, optimistically I'll say carrot, pessimistically it's a bribe? And what each one of us needs to ask ourselves is, would we be doing this without that money? If the money wasn't on the table, would we be agreeing to strong mayor's power? And I don't think we would. And that's why pessimistically I'm calling it a bribe, because it's there to make us change our mind about these strong mayor's powers that I don't believe anyone in their heart of hearts feel is something that is necessary in East Gwillimbury to build houses. So the question is, do we need this $1 million? What will happen if we don't get it? To Councillor Crone's point, we didn't really discuss Bill 23 and the impact on DCs. At the time, we thought, well, we're not really building a lot of houses. It's not going to really impact us until later. So I would like to ask Mr. Marshall about if we go ahead with this pledge and we're building these houses and we don't have the DCs to build, as Councillor Crone says, the sidewalks and the sewage, is the $1 million even going to make a difference? Or are we better off, to Councillor Leahy's point about being responsible to the residents, to not build houses that we can't afford to build sidewalks in front of? We've said over and over again, growth pays for growth, and with Bill 23, growth no longer pays for growth, and we're giving up millions and millions of dollars in DCs in exchange for a little $1 million. It's a baby carrot, if anything. So I would like, through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Marshall, if he could speak to the impact of building houses without the DCs that we've been used to.
I know you're asking Mr. Marshall to give you a comment. We still have members of council who are asking questions, so I'll take.
So my question was to Mr. Marshall. Yes. Yeah.
Mr. Marshall, would you, sorry. Mr. Marshall, would you be prepared to make a comment to this at this time?
Sure, and through you, Madam Mayor. So when the legislation came out, we did an analysis. There were some gaps in the legislation, and there's still some gaps existing now. In particular, there's an exemption for what is considered attainable or affordable housing, and we don't know what the definition of that is yet. So we did an initial estimate, and we estimated that depending on what that definition is, there is a gap of about $4 to $7 million a year for the next 10 years on our DC collections. So $1 million, if we hit our target, it will help, but it's not going to fill that gap between what we're losing through Bill 23.
Okay. So in my mind, it feels irresponsible to be building houses when growth won't pay for growth, that we're going to have to take it out of the existing tax base to provide the streets and sewers that is needed for this. And the $1 million isn't going to cut it. So, yeah, that makes me even more against this. And when we talk about affordability, to the mayor's point about walkability is something that's very important to us. And I've said many times at this table that we need to be building that density so that people don't need multiple cars per household. And, to Councillor Crone talking about development north of Lowe's that checks all those boxes, and we don't need, because it's the way it's set up, it's more of a condo sort of situation. It won't cost us in the infrastructure that that we normally need in some of these more sprawling subdivisions. So I think we need to keep the control at this table of what types of housing we're building so that we can push for the things that make sense for our residents, and we're not building houses just because, or we're not committing to a pledge just to get $1 million that's going to cost us $4 to $7 million to build. It doesn't make sense for the taxpayer, and I think we need to be very clear back to the province on this about what this exactly means. I think this is poorly thought through by the province. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Leahy, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I wanted to respond to Councillor Carruthers' use of my name in terms of her question to Mr. Marshall. Councillor Carruthers used very strong language, and the way she phrased her question implied that she was speaking on behalf of all of councillors, and basically twisting the words that I had used to describe our responsibilities and our job as councillors to the residents of East Gwillimbury. So I object to that use of my name and the implication that she had with it, and I strongly agree with her position. Now, as the only member of council who attended the Association of Municipalities of Ontario back in August, and it was a privilege to do so, there were no other staff or no other councillors there, only myself from the town of East Gwillimbury. And it was perhaps that gives me a different perspective on things, because I was in the room when certain announcements were being made. I was in the room when all of the leaders of all of the political parties made statements. And the fundamental issue at hand here is long-term thinking in terms of making decisions and making the tough decisions needed for our municipality. And it has been short-term thinking that has, over the past 3 decades of political parties of all stripes and all levels of government, that we find ourselves in this situation, that we need to be taking action to address the housing shortage. And I would, if you want to continue the conversation, which I believe is our ultimate responsibility to the residents of East Gwillimbury, and not walking away from the table of negotiation in the ever-changing landscape of decisions that are being made these days, it is our responsibility to respectfully engage and stop using terms that are perceived as unhelpful in terms of our relationship at all levels of different governments. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Roy-DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to comment that we did discuss Bill 23 at this table. In fact, we passed a resolution that called it egregious and insulting. So from where I sit, we have expressed our dismay, and unfortunately, we still have a lot of unanswered questions about the actual regulations around that piece of legislation, and yet we're still being handed another sandwich for us to eat. And I know, Councillor Crone, you know what kind of sandwich it is, thank you. But my point is that we still have to handle it. We have to deal with it, and we have to make a decision. And yes, there are differing opinions at this table, and I think it's our job to find a consensus on how to approach this. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm been quieter today, and I'm gathering my thoughts around all this, because you know, if I'm putting, so we're in a housing crisis, and the government's mandate is to build houses, and that is their provincial mandate. And I'm thinking about the target and the commitment, and then I'm thinking about the strong mayor powers. And you know, it's interesting. We are debating our rights at the table, and as we see them, the challenge that is really part of the conversation that we don't talk about is that we're creatures of the province. So if the province decided to push a button and said, you're actually not having any further discussion, you don't exist, they have the right to do that too. So I don't know where I'm going with that, but I just wanted to kind of lay that on the table under the strong mayor's conversation, because the thing is that we actually are the creatures of the province. And so we champion local challenges, but we are doing so at the province's direction. I think from the housing commitment and targets, and understanding the province's mandate, looking at it from a business perspective, I like the idea of targets and commitment from a business perspective, because what we're doing is you can't improve what you're not tracking. And so the government's approach to just lay it on very clearly and say, this is the commitment, like, let's do it, commit to this, we need to do this to track it. I understand that mentality to do it. And it feels abrasive to us in a government setting. But I understand why they're attempting to do that, because of this generational challenge. And so I respect that by setting targets, and I would support a commitment and a pledge, just to be very clear. And I also do that counterbalancing my comments on the commercial and the industrial build out of our allocation, because or institutional lands, because the thing is that we can talk about building complete communities, but it's also chicken and egg. And so if we lay the framework for those complete communities through our official plan, and then we allow growth, that is a good thing. But how can we as a council determine that a grocery store gets to get built before a residential development? And if I was a grocery store, why would I build in the middle of no residential? And so we are constantly, there's an ebb and flow in attempting to balance those complete communities. And I see where we are at this point in time with this housing commitment and the pledge. The fact is that the province is giving direction to complete these across the province to meet this generational crisis. And I think that if we are conscious in attempting to uphold our official plan to make sure there's a balance, then I think that that's what our responsibility is. And just one last comment on development. You know, it's interesting. I think about we call it HALP, but let's call it a library and a pool, but let's call it a pool, for instance, just to start. Like, if it wasn't for further residential development, we wouldn't have put the pool in. And just because I live in Sharon, doesn't mean that I'm not going to benefit from the pool in Queensville. But if it wasn't for the development, I'm not going to benefit from the pool in Queensville. And so I think that there's opportunities there. And I think that I think we shouldn't forget that the development community has helped us to pay for that pool. That is not all taxpayers' dollars doing that. That is folks who are stakeholders building these houses that are helping to build these amenities and services for us. And so as we kind of paint a picture of what the imbalance looks like, I think there's arguments on the other side of if we took an approach of kind of better every day and what does that look like, I think there's opportunities on the other side. And I think that, one last comment, running through the comments in my head as they were forming. The Councillor Roy-DiClemente made the comment about keeping it simple, and that kind of goes within the spirit of what the government's direction through their legislation was keeping it simple. I think that I agree for like the most part, but I would love to add in a caveat about the fact that we really haven't talked at this side of the table today is about a York solution and a Durham solution. And I think that we are looking at what is directly in front of us. Can we do this right now, and can we commit to the pledge? But I think that what would be prudent for the future of this community for decades and another generation to come is that as a part of our short-term action, that we also think about the long-term thinking about our communication to the province, that we are looking forward to working with them in the region in expediting that solution that will allow us to not only meet their targets from the residential side, but also from the commercial and institutional side, and really lay the foundation for what we really can be as a community in the years ahead that aren't just simply directed at this one singular conversation that's in front of us today. So that's all my comments, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Just to clarify 2 points, I understand about the housing crisis and the need to buy houses or build houses. So I'm not saying that we should not build the 4,300. I am saying that making that pledge means that the strong mayor's powers come along with it. We are going to build those houses whether we make that pledge or not. I don't think the pledge helps us build houses, is the point that I'm making on that. And to Councillor John's comment about building a grocery store in the middle of nowhere, of course that's not what we're talking about. But if you use up all the land to build houses and there is no space to put a convenience store, that's problematic. So it's about leaving space within these plans for future amenities, and Thinking Green talks that existing or planned amenities. So there's nothing wrong with planning these amenities that people can walk to as per our Thinking Green and what it envisioned. We can plan ahead of time for that, but once the houses are in the ground, you're not knocking down houses to put in some walkable amenities. So that's what that's about. It is a bit of a chicken and egg, and I think you have to leave room in the nest for the other eggs that have to come.
Councillor Leahy, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor. And to expand upon what Councillor John said with regard to us existing as a municipality we were created by the province. All municipalities were. So if tomorrow a decision was made to dissolve the municipality of East Gwillimbury, that's also a possibility, or amalgamate us with another area. There are other municipalities like Vaughan and Markham, and Vaughan in particular, who have begun the process of removing themselves from York Region. And if that does materialize in the future, that would have dramatic implications on a municipality, a small one like us in East Gwillimbury, in terms of property taxes and costs from the region that would then be put on our tax bills, on our residents, and because then these other areas would not be contributing to the funds of York Region in that way. So we need to keep in mind that it's important to continue working forward and look at challenges as opportunities, rather than taking a pessimistic view in terms of the conversations we're having with government. And one of the benefits of attending the AMO conference in August in London was also being in the room when they made other announcements that we haven't brought up today, that haven't been discussed by staff, and one of which was the definition of affordability that will be coming this fall. There will be a definition of affordability that is unique to each area and the demographics according to the incomes of the municipality, and so we have that to put on our list of agenda to discuss with the regional facilitator with regard to the definition of affordability that will be for East Gwillimbury. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention and keep it in mind in the fall if we're talking about housing pledges and affordability. Thank you.
Councillor Roy-DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Years ago, when I attended AMO as a new councillor, when I returned, I prepared a memorandum for council to share some of the learnings that I had and some best practices. And so I would certainly welcome any of your observations, Councillor Leahy, if you would care to share those with council at a future CWC. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Absolutely. While at the conference, I reached out to our CAO, Mark Valchich, and we have already had a meeting in which I summarized the information that I gained and provided him with some copies of information and ideas and discussions that were had. So I think that it's a wonderful, lots of positive outcomes from attending the AMO conference that can bring benefits to East Gwillimbury as a whole. And I strongly encourage next year at the AMO conference, it would be wonderful if there were a team from East Gwillimbury participating of councillors and staff. So I'd be happy to bring forward a report at the next opportunity. Councillor Roy-DiClemente. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm, excuse me, not seeing other speakers at this point. Did you have anything at all, Mr. Valchek, that?
Madam Mayor, it's been a very robust dialogue this morning. We expected that, which is why we sort of tried to break out the presentations in the way we did, so hopefully that was helpful to you. We know it's a lot of information to digest, and there's a lot of different perspectives on it. Perhaps at this point, there's an opportunity for really, at this point, I don't know what staff can do further to assist, other than I do know there was a little bit of some questions that were asked in terms of change of housing minister, and whether we could sort of have some inquiry as to whether there's you know, any modification. I did read something that just came out this morning. I'm not sure if it's even been circulated broadly yet, that there's already some discussion about some select pieces of Greenbelt that are being put back in, and so on. So some of this does continue to evolve as new information, new perspectives, and the dialogue continues. So we would certainly be happy, and I would sort of ask Ms. Ingram if she could give some thought to following up on some of the questions that were asked today, that we might come back with in a brief memo. But really, I think unless there's anything significant that we learn between now and, say, the next meeting or two, it's really a matter of council members reflecting on what you discussed today and being in a position to, you know, make a decision in the next meeting or two in advance of that October 15th date. So if you can leave that with us, we'll have some more discussion at the staff level, and again, hope that the information we provided and the venue for discussion was helpful to you today.
Thank you. I have the same allergies that our staff have here today. I have a resolution, be it resolved that administrative memorandum, number 3. Be it resolved that the administration presentation dated September 6, 2023, entitled Municipal Housing Target and Housing Pledge be received. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Foster, Councillor Johns, all those in favor? And that's carried. I think so. Our clerk is just asking if we'd like to break for 30 minutes just to have a stretch and come back at, would you suggest 12:45? So with that, go ahead.
Go right ahead.
We're just going to recess at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For those joining us on the call, the committee meeting will resume at 12:45 p.m.
And now we're live, resuming our committee of the whole meeting, starting with the Development Services area. Before passing the chair to Councillor Roy-DiClemente, I'm going to ask the CAO to provide an advisement.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to just remind committee that we do have a council meeting starting at 2 today, and we have some guests that will be joining some of the sessions that we have. So that has to happen on a time basis. Given that we still have a number of items left in CWC, I just want to let you know that staff will do their best to be, succinct and brief and sort of putting those on the table for your deliberation. And if we do get to a point where I want to respect everybody's time, council members' time, as you've committed today, if we do get to a point where there's a need to, move some of these items to another date, the clerk has certainly reached out to department heads and is aware of some of the items that, if needed, could be deferred. But if we can get through them all and do it appropriately and properly, we'll certainly try and do that with you.
Thank you very much. With that, I will turn the chair over to Councillor Roy-DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have a pretty fulsome agenda on our CWC agenda today. Our first item is a Development Services report regarding an administrative penalty system. May I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Foster. Ms. Bégin, would you like to go ahead and present this to us, please?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I believe Council is familiar with this system through the presentation provided by Manager Nichols at a previous meeting. Essentially, what this approval of this report would mean is embarking on the process to start utilizing the administrative penalty system. It is very much a process that will require ongoing policy development and assessment of the specific staffing needs, and Manager Nichols is here to speak to the report if there are any questions.
Members of committee, any questions? I did have one, actually. The report does have a chart about using the old system, that there is a Ministry of Transportation plate denial option if fines are not paid. I think the report also has some language that says that remains an option to us should fines remain unpaid under the new, or the fees remain unpaid under the new system. I just wanted to confirm that we still have that option.
Thank you. I'll ask Manager Nichols to respond. Thank you.
Madam Chair, yes, we will still have that mechanism to get those fines retrieved through that plate denial system for parking-related offenses.
For properties or for infractions that are not residents?
Yes, for parking-related, non-parking-related offenses would go through taxes and other mechanisms to recoup.
Thank you.
Those fines.
Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair. 2 questions. Are these fines, as I was looking over the chart of fines, I noticed that I thought some of them seemed quite low in terms of what the infractions were, potentially. And are they in line with comparable fines for other municipalities in the region? And specifically, with regard to the sign bylaws, are those also applicable during election campaign periods, or is that a separate bylaw for signs?
Ms. Nichols.
Through Madam Chair. So those signs, for the most part, are currently what we already have as finding in our other bylaws. And again, they are consistent with our municipal comparators as well. The sign bylaw, I do not believe I updated the election sign. So we have both a sign bylaw and a separate election sign bylaw. So if that's something that we can certainly add those to that. We still have the POA as well, should we require it. But yep, I can certainly add that to it. Staff will be bringing forward another report to council with all the amendments to all the regulatory bylaws to if council chooses to adopt this. That will include those AMP provisions, as well as the hearing and screening officer as well. So there's a bit of work administratively that still needs to be done to fully go live with this program.
Through you, Madam Chair, so the appropriate action to take if I were to ask that the campaign sign bylaws be revisited by the team, would I need to put forward a motion to do that, or we can ask Ms. Nichols to include that in the next report?
I don't believe that the election sign bylaw is covered by this AMPS process, and we're looking at something that I would imagine at this point, and I'll defer to you, Madam Clerk, but I would imagine that if there was something that you wanted to initiate, Councillor, that you would put forward a notice of motion, and that then this body would decide whether we wanted to engage staff as an initiative. I think that's how it would have to proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'll look forward to a
Thank you.
future notice of motion then.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Ms. Nichols. This is no small undertaking, and it's a dramatic change, but I think that it's a responsible way of approaching this important area that's under your purview, and so I just wanted to thank you for all the work that you're putting into making this a reality for us. So with that, I have a motion from Councillor Foster. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Nichols. Our next item is a request for funds regarding YSpace Northern Entrepreneur Hub. So this would fall under our ACDev branch. May I have a motion, please? Moved by Councillor Johns, and I will ask Ms. Bégin to present her report, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Our Manager of Economic Development sends his regrets. He was intending to be here, but he is dealing with a family emergency this afternoon. I believe Council is aware of the programming and our collaboration with the town of Georgina and York University through prior presentations. I think what's noteworthy about this is the timing and why it's coming forward now as opposed to waiting for the budget cycle, and that is because of the funding that we were able to leverage through a provincial program, and needing to meet the the matching financial obligations. So that's why the report is coming forward at this time. And our EDO, Brittany Stevenson-Byers, is also here if there are any detailed questions about the report.
Thank you. Do we have a funding source for the $50,000?
I will defer to our treasurer to speak to that. Through you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Marshall?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, we do. The previous funding came from the Safe Restart funding from the COVID grants that we received, and we have a bit of money left over, so we were proposing to use that again.
Councillor Johns, would that be appropriate for us to amend the motion to just note the funding source for the funds? Would you be okay with that?
Yeah, totally.
Thank
Sounds
you.
great.
Okay, Councillor Carruthers, you had a question.
Yes, do we know how many of the 215 businesses were in EG? It says there's 215 businesses and 600 individuals that have benefited in result of this program. I'm just wondering what percentage of those, or a solid number, how many were EG?
Ms. Stevenson-Byers?
Through you, Madam Chair. So about 20% of those businesses were from East Gwillimbury. 30% were coming from Georgina, and the remainder is from York Region, Ontario, and beyond.
It's a good investment then. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we have a motion from Councillor Johns as amended. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much. Next item is Joint Development Services and Finance Report regarding our planning, pre-consultation, and preliminary zoning review fees. May I have a motion, please? Moved by Councillor Crone. Ms. Bégin, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I note that our manager of planning and my colleague, the treasurer, are available to speak to any in-depth questions, but essentially our analysis of this fee structure arose out of the new legislation and the change in the process where a lot of the work is now front-loaded in terms of the review of development applications. And it's certainly consistent with other municipalities in terms of the fee structure and the ability to collect fees to ideally lessen the burden, the tax burden in terms of providing this work.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. We have a motion by Councillor Crone. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much. I think that's, it's got a huge staffing impact and it's an appropriate cost recovery. So thank you for bringing that forward, Ms. Bégin. Next item on our agenda is zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision applications for Queensville Phase 9. And there are 3 addresses on Second Concession near Doan Road that are involved. May I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Leahy. Ms. Bégin, if you'd like to go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I won't say much other, to add to what's in the report before you. We heard a deputation this morning that spoke to this project, and our manager of planning is also available to answer any detailed questions. Certainly the question around the Thinking Green standards was raised, and note that that as we move forward, that the requirement to adhere to the Thinking Green standards would become a condition. I just wanted to note from a context perspective that we're in somewhat of an evolving landscape in that developers are working to align with the requirements of the official plan and the zoning bylaw, and then our conversations around what constitutes a complete community is something that is still evolving, and so that's I think that's why we want to have that collaborative conversation going forward to make sure that plans that may have been initiated several years prior to our current conversations about strategic priorities can somehow integrate our priorities.
Thank you. I think we had the question about the holding symbol was addressed earlier this morning. I did have a question about the zoning bylaw amendment to the rear yard and front yard setbacks. Is that a factor of an older iteration of the zoning bylaw, or are we bringing it into compliance?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll refer to our manager of planning to speak to the specifics.
Good afternoon, Ms. Moore.
Through you, Madam Chair. Some of the site-specific setbacks in the zoning bylaw are related to the fact that we're working with some challenging topography here, and some of the lot shapes are irregular. So that's why that site-specific zoning provisions are in place.
Thank you. Members of committee, any other questions? Councillor Carruthers, go ahead. Your microphone, please.
Thank you. On page 105 of 191, we're talking about development charges, and it says that the development charges payable to the town for this development will be $5,932,000. I'm just wondering is this under the new regulations? It sounds like a goodly amount, and so I just want to make sure that that is the updated with Bill 23. So.
Ms. Bégin.
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe this is based on our understanding of the type of housing that is being proposed. Where we'll see significant impact with respect to development charges would be housing that would be deemed to be affordable, which we still don't have a definition of. But these are a mix of single, detached, and townhomes for the most part. So don't anticipate that DC calculation would change, barring any new legislation, I guess.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? I have a motion moved by Councillor Leahy. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is a proposed site plan application for 15-23 Princess Street. May I have a motion, please?
Moved by Mayor Hackson. Thank you. Ms. Bejang, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In keeping with our newly revived process, this memo and the one that follows it are to inform council that site plan applications have been received. As a result of the new legislation, they will not come before council for approval, but we want to make sure that council has an opportunity to be informed and to consider them, and certainly ask any questions that you may have.
Members of committee, any questions? I believe this is just bringing it into conformity from what was actually built.
And that's correct, Madam Chair.
All right. We have a motion from Mayor Hackson. All those in favor? Thank you very much. That motion is carried. And the final item on our prepared agenda is a memorandum regarding a site plan application for 18687 Leslie Street. May I have a motion? Moved by Councillor Crone. Go ahead, Ms. Bejang.
Again, through you, Madam Chair, this is another memorandum to make council aware that an application has been received. The intent is to obtain site plan approval to change the use of the single attached dwelling to a medical, in this case, dental office.
Members of committee, any questions? I had one, and that was that are we able to put a dental office on septic?
Through you, Madam Chair, there is a very short list of uses that are considered appropriate for septic, and the dental office does conform. It would preclude other high water uses, obviously, but the dental office is permitted.
Sounds like they're going to need some highly technical information from their septic provider. I think that's a very high water use and a very small lot. Okay, motion from Councillor Crone that we receive this memorandum. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you. So it's 1:07 and we plowed through 6 items. Well done, everybody. Ms. Bejang, do you have anything else that you'd like to raise under this area?
Nothing further at this time, Madam Chair.
Members
Thank
of
you.
committee, anything to raise? Seeing none, I'll turn the chair back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We are now at item A, Community Parks, Recreation and Culture, with Councillor Crone in the chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have one item on the agenda today. It's Community Parks, Recreation, Culture presentation, Health and Active Living Plaza update, staff resourcing and financial plan. Can I have a mover for this, please? Moved by Councillor Roy-DiClemente. Mr. Karmazin, why don't you enlighten us?
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to Mayor Hackson, members of council, the public for the opportunity today to present the Health and Active Living Plaza update and resourcing and financial plan. Next slide, please. The agenda today will cover project update on the last quarter of construction activity. We'll look at the staff resourcing plans as well as our operations budget to prepare for operationalizing the facility, our multi-year financial plan, and as well as our next steps. Joining me today, we have the Library Chief Executive Officer, Angela Ramsey, and as well Warren Marshall, our General Manager of Finance and Town Treasurer. Next slide, please. The Health and Active Living Plaza, as you all know, or I hope you all know, is the largest capital project in the town's history. Over $100 million project, factoring in land value, earthworks, site servicing, facility design, construction, and park design and construction. This presentation today will focus on the operations budget and operationalizing the facility. The capital project is fully funded through development charges with absolutely no cost to the tax base. And the HELP project will feature industry-leading Thinking Green development standards, as well as several net zero design features. Next slide, please. The Health and Active Living Plaza is a 90,000 square foot facility, EG's first aquatic center, with a 25-meter 8-lane lap fitness and instruction pool located in the bottom right hand of the screen. A learning and leisure tank and hydrotherapy tank is also included with the aquatic center. The Aquatic Center will have universal change room facilities and washroom facilities, modern library facility in the bottom left-hand of the screen. Will feature maker space, digital services, children's area, sound studio, study rooms, and dedicated program and permit space. In the top right-hand corner of the screen is a gym and a half, which will also provide and support a number of gym-based activities and gatherings. We do also offer indoor program and permit spaces with teaching kitchens and amenities, and an indoor child play space will also be provided. Next slide, please. The second floor features a running and walking track and the potential for fitness, including cardio and strength and conditioning training. These spaces will all be animated by our town staff in partnerships with over a dozen community groups and organizations, offering high value programs and services for our residents. Next slide, please. At this point, the project is on schedule for completion in 2025. It has been a very wet spring and summer, which is not ideal for construction activity. However, the contractor on site, Aquacon General Contracting, has maintained the facility schedule for completion in 2025. The project is well within the council approved and assigned budget. And construction activity this past quarter, highlighted on the screen, the fabrication, delivery, and assembly of the structural steel for the superstructure of the facility to prepare for winter construction. You'll then see cladding and closing in of the facility to provide for winter construction over the winter months. Next slide, please. Also completed this past quarter was the basins for the aquatic center and all the mechanical rooms. This is a visual of the pool mechanical room with all the mechanical leads into that space. Next slide, please. This slide shows the excavation, forming, and pouring of the pool basins and with the mechanical leads into that space. Next slide, please. Also pleased to report the completion of the earthworks and site servicing, so the project is now officially out of the ground. Next slide, please. In preparing for operationalizing the facility, a number of departments have had to work together collaboratively, both over a number of years as well as months leading up to this presentation. Listed there are the different departments that have been represented with a multifunctional and multi-department team to prepare for operationalizing the facility. Next slide, please. Under the staffing plan, one of the largest drivers is staffing. We like to think of staffing as an investment, and this investment will return dividends or return on investment, namely over 750 programs, as well as over 20,000 aquatics, general programs, permits, and drop-in programs for our residents to enjoy. You can see there's a number of recreation and facility staff that will be brought online over the course of the next year and a half in order to prepare for operations at the Health and Active Living Plaza. Next slide, please. I'll now pass the presentation on to Angela Ramsey, the Library Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Hackson, members of council, staff, and residents. My name is Angela Ramsey, CEO of the East Gwillimbury Public Library. It's always a good day when we get to talk about our new library branch in Queensville. As we prepare operational and staff plans, I'm here today to share with you what our library will look like when we open its doors. The Queensville branch will have something for everyone. To offer the array of resources to our community, the library has identified 10 positions required to operate the branch effectively and efficiently. Our customer service specialists are the face of the library and play an essential role in connecting customers to what they need and cultivating a love for literacy and lifelong learning. The library is in a period of growth, with circulation of our physical material increasing by 100% in 2022 compared to the previous year, and we're tracking this year an additional 22% increase. Our customer service team provides exceptional experiences through circulation services, reader's advisory, printing, faxing, exam proctoring, computer use, program registration, newcomer information, home delivery, and so much more, making these positions vital to meet customer demands. The customer and community service specialists, digital experience specialists, and collections and resource specialists will all be part of our programming, outreach, and community resource team. The help will offer the library's first dedicated makerspace, which will provide a wider range of programs, including laser cutting and large format printing, as well as enhanced 3D printing and vinyl cutting. The sound recording studio will support podcasters, student filmmakers, and aspiring musicians, and allow visitors to try something new that they may not have access to at home. With the addition of the makerspace, sound recording studio, children's area, reading garden, and large programming pod, we are projecting to run over 500 additional programs each year, with a projected reach of 7,500 people. This is just in our new space and will complement our existing offerings. The branch supervisor and the conversion of our coordinator of administrative services from part-time to full-time support the administration of this large increase in staff and the day-to-day operations of the library. Our staffing plan was carefully crafted by looking at our current staffing model, usage statistics, trends, and we consulted newly opened systems in the GTA for best practices. Our approach is responsible, realistic, and thoughtful. Our goal is to provide the community with meaningful resources and experiences through a skilled and diverse team. Our return on investment is clear: a community space that brings people together, free and low-cost services, over 30,000 new items for community members to borrow, 500 new programs, and access to creative spaces that ignite possibilities. I'll return the presentation to Mr. Karmazin.
Thank you, Angela. Next slide, please. Focusing on customer service, our plans are to incrementally and phase in customer service with a focus on parks and recreation, firstly, and then moving over the years of 2024 and 25 into a full suite of customer service similar to what you would see here at the Civic Center. You can see there listed the staff that would lend support to operationalizing and providing customer service at the Health and Active Living Plaza. Next slide, please. Also corporately supporting the efforts are contracted human resources staff, as well as IT and finance staff with a partial full-time equivalent. I will say that staffing this breadth and depth of a facility is a significant undertaking, and our human resources folks are doing a fantastic job focusing on staffing and resourcing this facility. Next slide, please. Here is the full budget displayed for operationalizing the facility. The cost centers, as you can see, the major cost centers are staffing, and as well as your day-to-day operations, and that can include anything from consumables to contracted services, and then eventually, when the facility transitions out of the warranty period, to repair and replacement of the facility. And then as well listed are the revenue offsets through programs, in particular programs and permits, with a very large aquatics offset through those programs, also assigned into the line item under revenue, and then our total net operating position. All these figures do include both salaries and benefits, and both the expenses as well as the revenues will be phased in over 2024 through to 2026. 2024 being partial years to prepare for the operations, 2025 likely being a gapped or partial year of operations, and 2026 being the full first year of operations. Next slide, please. I'd now like to invite General Manager Warren Marshall up to provide the multi-year funding strategy.
Thank you, General Manager Karmazin. So to prevent the need for large tax increases when to fund the operating costs when a new facility comes on board, in 2016, the town started carving out some tax levy space through dedicated annual tax levy increases. So to date, the town has created approximately $1.4 million of tax room for new facilities. So $200,000 of this room that has been carved out has been allocated towards the operations of our operations center that was that started a couple years ago. So that leaves just less than $1.2 million for the operations of new facilities, and in particular the Health and Active Living Plaza. Next slide, please. So as shown before, the estimated net operating cost to fully operate the Health and Active Living Plaza is about $1.7 million. We've carved out $1,174,000 of tax room that's available to go towards the Health and Active Living Plaza, leaving a gap of about $526,000 to fund the full operating costs. So this is the equivalent of a bit less than 1% of a dedicated tax levy increase per year for the next 2 years to cover that gap. And you'll see in our 2024 proposed budget submission, we're going to be including a provision for a dedicated tax levy increase to close the gap in accordance with this plan. So with that, I'm going to turn it to CEO Ramsey for the next slide.
Thank you. As we prepare to open our largest branch, I am putting forward a recommendation on behalf of the Library Board that Council consider supporting expanded hours to include Sundays and Mondays at the Queensville branch. The expanded hours would mean that the library is open to the public 7 days a week at this location, aligning with the community center's operations. Historically, the library has been closed on Mondays and open Sundays seasonally. However, the library has seen demand for expanded hours, as well as an increase in usage as the community grows. Additionally, a survey of our comparators show that libraries are trending to be open between 6 and 7 days a week year-round. This recommendation aims to make the library more accessible to more people with diverse needs and schedules. With the new facility comes new opportunities to serve our community, which were detailed in the previous slide. To expand hours, we anticipate an increase of approximately $100,000 over the library's base assumption. The Library Board wishes to thank you for your initial consideration on this exciting opportunity and plan to provide additional details in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Next slide, please. So moving forward, our staff team is focused on continuing construction to substantial completion and obviously preparing for the operations of the facility. Approaching substantial completion, our staff team will then start to focus our efforts on the park build, which would include procurement of construction services, obviously further report back to council for approvals, and then as well as CEO Ramsey indicated, some future considerations with regards to the library operating hours. Next slide, please. That concludes the presentation for today. Our team would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karmazin. Do we have any questions from committee? Mr. Johns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to take up too much of everybody's time today, but I would love to be able to see if Mr. Karmazin or Mr. Marshall, if you could email myself or all of council, but I'm looking particularly at the assumption basis on the revenue generation on the programs and how you arrived at your 3 point whatever number was. I'd just like to get a better understanding because you've got all of these programs, and I would love to be able to see the fee structure and the attendance that you're looking to undertake, so I can just kind of get a better sense of the breadth at which we're going and seeing the assumptions on the top line revenue more clearly.
Mr. Carlson?
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. We can provide in detail the cost centers as well as the revenue centers, in particular with aquatics programming, general programming amongst all our segments from children through to older adults, and as well as our drop-in programming as well.
Just in a follow-up, I'm not looking to create more work. Like I'm trusting the expense line, but if I just would love to see have a better understanding of the top line.
Through you, Mr. Chair, understood. Thank you.
Are there any, Councillor Roy-DiClemente and then Councillor Leahy?
Thank you. I just wanted to comment that I think it was 2016 when we started to collect for the operation of this, and I just wanted to say that I'm proud that we started that work so early. And it's meant such yes, it's been a bit of a grind when we've had to increase taxes, but I think that this has put us in such an enviable position to be able to open a facility of this magnitude and really only be looking at a 1% tax increase over 2 years for our residents to have such an enhancement of their services that we're providing to them. I did want to just speak in favor of the library's proposal to align the library's operating hours with that of the facility itself. I think it would make sense and is most logical for our residents to go to a brand new facility expecting it to be open and then seeing that half of it's closed. It's just a logical thing for me, and I think if we're going to do it right, we better do it right the first time, and rather than trying to ease into that level of service. I just wanted to comment that I would hope that the budget process would include that additional $100,000 to see that through. And to Councillor John's point, I think that would be helpful information for us all to have. I know in the past, when I was chair of CPRC, we had some very philosophical discussions about how much, what the ratio of expense to service that we underwrite. So how much are we expecting our permit holders to pay, and how much is being underwritten by the tax dollar. And I think that we haven't had that conversation during this term of council, and it may be helpful just to have that philosophical understanding of the direction that you've taken in the past, Mr. Karmazin, knowing that it's through master planning and consultants that you've engaged in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. It's great news all around. And my question is with regard to the increase in taxes. I absolutely am supportive of having libraries open longer hours. Oftentimes I've wanted to visit my local Mount Albert library, and it's been closed on a Sunday or in an evening. And so my question is for Mr. Marshall specifically. No tax increase is a good tax increase. So we're talking about a 1% tax increase over 2 years, and I understand that. Do you foresee any savings at other libraries in terms of if everyone's going to be flocking to our new super duper library in Queensville, is there any opportunity for reduced staff hours or other ways of saving money rather than increasing taxes?
Mr. Marshall.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not certain on the the business model that will happen after, and in terms of like who's going to go where, like if people from Mount Albert will be now flocking to Queensville. Right? So I can't comment on that. Maybe the CEO might have some more information on that. But it all depends on the business model that we would use. If we're assuming that there's going to be more people in total going, then there isn't much of an opportunity to reduce service levels in the other two libraries. But if we're thinking that the pot is going to be kind of more defined and they're going to shift, then there would be some opportunities. But I'm not sure on the statistics and what has been projected on the usage of the new facility. So.
Through you, Mr. Chair, a follow-up question?
Sure.
I'm just thinking of the services that we provide to Mount Albert, and specifically I'm a ward representative for Mount Albert. And as I mentioned, even personally, I have experienced not being able to access our local library when we would like to. So I'm hoping that there will be some measures taken that local Mount Albert residents who don't wish to travel to Queensville and for lack of a transit system may find it difficult to get to Queensville to the new Health and Active Living Plaza, why they should accept lesser services than they will be receiving in other parts of East Gwillimbury.
Mr. Marshall, you want to take a crack at that?
Yeah.
Councillor Roy-DiClemente, you'd like to speak to this?
I would like to speak to this,
Okay,
actually. I
go
just
right
wanted, my concern here is that the reporting structure that we have with the public library is that the library is governed by a separate board, and having Mr. Marshall answer questions on behalf of the library isn't as appropriate as it should be. I think the question is better directed to Ms. Ramsey, as Councillor Leahy will remember from her time on the library board. She would be best suited to answer the questions about library operations. And further, as far as I understand, there's been no proposal to reduce services at other branches. In fact, the plan is long-term for us to have our two other branches match the services that are the hours that are being offered at Queensville. But it was determined that that was excessive and that really we wanted to make sure from a board's perspective, and I speak on behalf of the board as a trustee at the moment, we wanted the services at Queensville to match, and then the long-term vision was to roll out those hours as well. And just to help you answer the question, Ms. Ramsey, my understanding is that $100,000 is actually, it could have been much higher, but some of the resources that are required are full-time staff who are already working on Mondays. It's just that the branch isn't open. So there are staff who are in place who are doing library work, but the branch isn't open. So the need to have staff at a desk when the library is open is much less than having to have a branch supervisor or a customer service specialist in place. So I just wanted to add those comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, CEO Ramsey.
Sure. I think just to reiterate what Councillor Roy-DiClemente said, that we don't have any plans to scale services or programs back at either of our branches. In fact, I would think we would continue to grow as our community grows. And then also confirming that we are looking to take a phased-in approach. So because this is a new facility, this is our opportunity to kind of boost those hours. And then Holland Landing and Mount Albert would come in years to come when we see the growth. So that's definitely the plan. We do want to, it would be nice to align all three branches to have the same service level, but just financially, I think it's best to start with Queensville and then those will come later. Does that answer the question? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe Councillor Carruthers, you have a question.
Thank you. Just two comments. The first one, yes, we should align the hours with the facilities. I think that libraries are about so much more than books now, and it's a vital community resource, and making sure that it is open for the public when the public's available. Everyone's working different hours, and making sure that it's there for the people who are funding it, I think is essential. So that's my first comment. The second comment is, when I see these pictures, I can't help but notice the huge parking lot, and thinking about everyone driving there for programs and services. And I think about, how when we talk about affordability, we talk about walkability, and there certainly will be a number of residents in Queensville who can walk to the facility. But of course, Holland Landing, Sharon, Mount Albert won't be able to walk there. So in order to take advantage of this facility would require a car. And if one member of the family has a car for work, the other member of the family needs a second car. So when we look at equity and we look at accessibility, and even when we look at environmental sustainability, I think we really need to put our minds towards some sort of shuttle service that can run between all our towns to provide access for people that aren't multi-car families. And I know Bradford had their own bus that they were able to run around town, and if we can't get YRT on board to run some sort of shuttle to get our residents to the new Healthy Active Living Plaza, then I think it's worth our consideration to think about how we can do it ourselves. I think that the payoff is that, especially when it comes to youth programming, we'd have more youth being able to participate. It might also help with staffing, with youth being able to get to work if we had a shuttle that was running. And I don't know what the cost would be, but I can see that there could be some financial gain to us in increased attendance at some of these programs if people had a way to get there, as well as it's just the right thing to do for the environment, for equity, for access. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. Certainly not part of the presentation, but I know the folks in Mount Albert who only have dial-a-ride right now would leap at a shuttle, but I think that's out of the scope of this presentation. So, are there?
Just something to think about.
Yeah, absolutely, food for thought. Any other questions from committee? Okay, seeing none, we have the presentation as moved by Councillor Roy-DiClemente. All in favor? All right. Motion passed. Now, does Mr. Carmison, do you have anything else that you'd like to share with committee?
Through you, Mr. Chair, nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. Does committee have any questions for Mr. Carmison? Seeing none, you're off the hook. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I spoke too soon. Councillor Roy-DiClemente.
Thank you. Just briefly, and it's something for another day, but I wonder if it's something that, to Councillor Carruthers' point about transit accessibility, and I wonder, it's a larger issue, it's not going to be addressed today, but if we worked with YRT and Metrolinx to identify some of those service gaps. I'm speaking as a parent of a kid who was trying to get to work in Vaughan and couldn't take the bus from our GO Transit station on a weekend. So it just didn't make any sense to me. And so I know that there are lots of other gaps, but if we're going to be staffing with hundreds of people at the help, and we want to make sure that our community is transit accessible, that maybe we want to identify some of those key gaps and work with our partners to identify them and help identify some proposed solutions, just as a sort of a larger issue and maybe it's a notice of motion for a later meeting, but I just thought I would just put that out there to say that it's not just the help that's causing some issues for us, and maybe let's as we grow, let's address some of those as best we can. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I definitely would agree that it's a transit. As we get bigger, transit's going to become even more of an issue. So, thank you again, Mr. Carmison. Didn't see you there behind my computer screen. Mr. Velchich, please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have had a couple of members of council talk to me about the issue of transit and sort of where is sort of transit service going in East Gwillimbury. Mr. Molinari's team is working right now with York Region to facilitate a presentation. I think it's in the October timeframe, Mr. Molinari, where we would have a representative from York Region Transit come in, speak to council, and we'd be happy in advance if there were questions or specific matters that you thought would be useful for them to address in their presentation. If you could communicate those directly to Mr. Molinari, we could try and have a healthy session with York Region Transit here in October, because I think it's a matter of interest across the board.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. So, in conclusion, the 2 bullet takeaways on the presentation today is on time and on budget with the Health and Active Living Plaza, which is good news. Back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We're under item J, Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services, with Councillor Lahaye in the chair.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor. The first item is a report, an update on the Mount Albert Downtown Revitalization Project, and I'd like to, may I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Crone. And General Manager Molinari, do you have any comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to let Council know we held PIC number 2 at the end of June for both the Mount Albert revitalization and the Holland Landing revitalization to receive feedback from Council and the public. Both those were held on the same night in the same place, and both projects are basically tracking forward at the same time as a group, although they're 2 separate projects. From a budget and schedule perspective, they're both on target, and the purpose of today's memos are to clarify the direction to the consultants so that they can finalize the designs and prepare construction tenders. So we're at the point now where we've met with the public a number of times, we've met with council a couple times, and there have been some nuance changes to those plans that before we tell the consultants to go and finalize, we just wanted to kind of bring that to council's attention and just make sure that we're all tracking at the same pace at the same time. We will be bringing the final designs back to council by Q1 2024, which would be just before tendering the works. And today, I've got Ray Rosala, our senior engineering technologist, is available to walk us through some of the major highlights and design changes resulting from PIC number 2 and proposed next steps. So, Ray, over to you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'd like to briefly walk you through the design showcased at the 2nd Public Information Center on June 27th, as well as providing some additional insight on the design. And if we can pull up the design on the screen, specifically page 7 for Center Street. Perfect, thank you. So starting off, for this drawing and all drawings that we're about to go through, do want to note that the planning details in green, as well as the landscaping details in brown, are conceptual and will be refined in the final stage of the design with our project team. For Center Street specifically, these limits span from just south of Main Street to just north of Mill Street. And as you're likely aware, we do have a limited road right-of-way here. And within that, we are looking to maximize it with the use of 2 wider sidewalks on both sides of the street, as well as maintaining parking on the east side, which is on the bottom side in the drawing right there, while formalizing this parking with bump outs. Now, when speaking with the business owners, they had a strong preference to maintain this Center Street parking, and even with the increased parking opportunities across the project overall. With this maximized wider sidewalks and parking, there will be a slightly narrower road, which will accommodate those sidewalks and will benefit by reducing vehicular speeds throughout this road section. Now, the design already included the new Always Stop initiative at Main Street and Center Street, which can be seen as the intersection on the left, and that was installed earlier this summer. Now, with regards to the intersection on the right, that's Mill Street and Center Street, we are proposing to upgrade the existing pedestrian crossover to include flashing beacons, as well as restricting parking within the intersection itself, both to improve vehicular and pedestrian safety. Our team has consulted with the adjacent pharmacy owner, and they support this initiative. Given the layout and items required to implement this upgrade, we recommend proceeding with this upgrade in advance of the revitalization construction, as there is next to no throwaway costs. I do want to highlight that the parking areas on this street would also receive enhanced winter maintenance with these bump outs, comparing to what they receive in their present-day configuration. If you can go to the next slide, please. So here we have Main Street, and as you can see, this road allowance is significantly wider and able to accommodate 2 sidewalks, as well as new parallel parking on both sides of the road where feasible, as well as all of this is done with the help of urbanizing this stretch of road with curbs and storm sewers. This cross-section also maintains grass boulevards at a flatter and more usable grade to support community events such as the Mount Albert Sports Day. If we go to the next one, please. So lastly, we have Bank Street. So this road has the narrowest right-of-way width out of the 3 streets and currently has hydro poles located within the sidewalk. When showcasing this road as one-way during the PIC, we noted to the public that we're optimistic that burying the hydro in these extents specifically is potentially feasible and would allow us to maintain the road as 2-way while eliminating the obstacles within the sidewalk. The public certainly had a significant interest in keeping this as 2-way, as direction of travel for a 1-way would be problematic in either direction due to steep grading, winter maintenance, and sightlines. Burying this stretch of hydro seems to be feasible based off of our site meet with the utility companies, given the short stretch and limited amount of private connections. As well, this is likely the one street that would require the utilities to be buried in order to meet current utility standards, specifically dealing with offsets from existing buildings. In closing, I'll note that at this point in our design, we have submitted to the utility companies, Bell, Rogers, and Hydro One, in order for them to begin their utility relocation designs. We continue to have dialogue with them to streamline the design. However, timely is largely in the utility company's control, and we continue to work with them. Thank you, and I certainly welcome any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of committee? Yes, Councillor Cron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank you, first of all, through you, Madam Chair, to our presenter for the great presentation and the work that you and your team have done. And thank you for being responsive to the concerns of the residents of downtown. Help me, I have a few questions. I noticed there was we took away some parking spaces at the 3-way stop, and I get that one. But we've also noticed that we've taken away some spaces in front of Ben's Pharmacy. Help me understand, first of all, is the pharmacy okay with that? I know some residents, certainly the elderly ones, the older ones, like to park right in front of the pharmacy as they go in to get, so I flag that as it may be a challenge going forward, but help me understand your thinking around taking away that parking space.
Certainly, through you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the question. And certainly, when presenting this at the PIC, this was one of the items that we did hear mixed feedback. We had 2 groups of community members, ones that certainly preferred the additional vehicular and pedestrian safety and preferred that, and some that preferred the slightly closer parking distances. When balancing the two and realizing what parking opportunities are available directly adjacent to this pharmacy, and as well as receiving the support and consultation with that pharmacy owner, we're recommending to remove that for the benefits noted.
Okay. If I may, with respect to all the parking spaces, what do you estimate to be the net increase in parking spaces as a result of all this work?
Yeah, great question. The net increase for parking spaces is an additional 16 overall within the project limits.
Great. Love to hear that. And I'm just making a note of that. Tattoo that in my brain.
There might be one with your name on it, is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, that would be great.
Can you, are you sponsoring one?
Whatever it takes. With respect to hydro poles, are we eliminating any of the hydro poles along Main Street, or are they staying pretty much as is?
Yeah, great question through you, Madam Chair. We are maintaining the hydro poles along Center Street and Main Street, mostly for the reasoning that by removing those poles, we'd have to replace them with streetlight poles, as well as any kind of overhead Hydro One transformer would have to be mounted on the ground, which is those large green pedestals. By doing so, we wouldn't be gaining any sort of right-of-way space, and that's kind of why we got into, for Bank Street specifically, when we did our site meet with the utility companies, that was the one street where it's feasible due to there being limited amount of private property connections, as well as the short spans can easily be accommodated with town street lighting as well.
Okay, I get the rationale. It's a shame. In earlier discussions, when we first started this project, I know there was one idea about stretching the spacing them out a little further apart, putting them up higher. I know it's problematic when it comes to snow removal with all those poles in the way. But the last, Madam Chair, if I may, the last question is, I know we've been getting increased complaints, concerns about the ditches along Main Street. And if there's, well, I don't see it in this, it might be something for future consideration that if we could, in some way, and I know it's not cheap, but at least have that discussion about getting rid of the ditches and putting culverts in and properly, covering them up, because it is problematic for our older residents to operate a lawnmower and mow them out, and I know it's challenging. So I throw that out for future consideration. You don't have to answer me here, but I do throw that out for a discussion for another day, because I think it was the first complaint I got as a new councillor about a ditch, and it haunts me to this day that we still get these complaints. So I would like to try and take a decent stab at it, but that's it for me, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from members of committee? I would like to echo Councillor Crone's comments and recognize that the community, the feedback was all positive in terms of the efforts that the team here, the staff, made to have the extra public information session, and that they were very pleased. I know there was more than a turnout of more than 150 people. So residents felt heard, and while they understand that they may not get everything on their wish list, that they feel that they have been heard during the process. So I think that's a great accomplishment to recognize on behalf of the staff team. And seeing no further questions, I'll call for a vote, unless there's any other comments by General Manager Molinari.
No further comments at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So seeing no further comments or questions, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion as presented? Thank you very much. And moving on to item number 2. Which is the Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services Memo on the Holland Landing Downtown Revitalization Update. Can I have a mover for this? Councillor Foster, thank you. And General Manager Molinari, do you have any comments on the Holland Landing Revitalization Project?
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. Holland Landing, as noted, is pretty much in the same place as the Mount Albert revitalization. And similarly, have Kevin Brake, our Manager of Development, to walk us through some of the major highlights and design changes resulting from the PIC and some next steps. So over to you, Kevin.
Thank you, Mike, and good afternoon. Through you, Madam Chair, happy to be here to present just a really quick update with respect to Holland Landing. If we could bring up the report or memo on the screen. I want to touch base with respect to comments received at the most recent PIC. While we're bringing that up, I guess in a nutshell, we had about 40 people turn up at the PIC, and generally comments were well received. There was one key item that we wanted to bring to Council's attention, which was concern raised with respect to proximity of construction adjacent to the, oh, you rotated, that's great, thank you. Concerns with respect to construction adjacent to the heritage homes at the northwest corner of Yonge and Mount Albert Road. If you recall, originally we were going to construct the MUP on the west side of the street. Concerns with proximity have, and potential impacts to those heritage properties have resulted in us evaluating an eastern alignment. So as you can see on the screen, we're proposing now to construct the MUP up the east side of Yonge Street to a point approximately 150 meters north. If we can go to the next slide. So what you can see here, the dark line on the east side, which is the bottom of the page, the MUP would terminate at School Street with a pedestrian crossover to facilitate the MUP continuing up the west side of Yonge Street. So essentially this avoids construction on the west side, adjacent to the heritage homes, and I think residents in that area would be pleased with that outcome. So happy to answer any questions. That's it in a nutshell. There are some benefits, obviously, again, avoidance of construction and also improved sightline with the knocking down of that slope and construction of a retaining wall will improve sightlines at the intersection of School Street and Yonge Street.
Are there any questions from members of committee? Yes, Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this update and for the great public information session. It was well attended and there was tons of great comments. I'm looking for a little bit more clarity on the multi-use pathway. I understand how it can't be in front of the heritage homes and will move to the east side. I'm just wondering if there's any way to keep it on the east side all the way up or why we would be crossing the road from one side to the other. I worry about people using it with small children, having to cross Yonge Street. I know there's a bit of a blind spot as you come up over the hill. So I'm just wondering if we'd looked at just keeping it on the east side the whole way up.
Yeah, so just from a history perspective, the east side was evaluated, I guess, stepping back a bit further, the west side was identified as the preferred route in conversation with York Region as part of the Lake to Lake trail. And so that's where the west side was decided to be the preferred alignment. There was commentary at the previous initial PIC about, east side versus west side. The feeling at the time was, again, the west side was a preferred solution. Understand what you're saying, absolutely, about crisscrossing of Yonge Street, and agree to a point. There was a request from members of the public for a pedestrian crossing in this vicinity to accommodate residents on the east side of Yonge Street. So having the MUP terminate at this location does provide an opportunity to have a crossover to accommodate that movement. At this point in the design, to continue up the east side for the entire way would be almost back to the drawing board, so to speak.
We're doing it once, let's do it right. So I'm imagining people coming from the Nikita Trail, so they're going to cross over and come up that east side.
Yep.
Then cross over to use the west side, and then cross back at the library to use the library. I'm just thinking continuing up the east side all the way to the library makes a lot of sense, so that anyone who's using it does not need to cross Yonge Street twice to get to the library. And then if we want to go up the west side for the rest of the way, especially with Lake to Lake and the bridge there, I would understand that. And there's already a crosswalk there at the library. It would make a lot of sense to only have to cross that at that one place.
Councillor Carruthers, I think General Manager Molinari would like to address this question. Thank you.
Okay, I was done.
Thank you, and through Madam Chair, just wanted to point out that there is a sidewalk still on the west side, so you don't have to cross over. The west side is the preferred side, and ultimately for the overall length of the Lake to Lake Trail. This is kind of a way to be able to maintain that the MUP through this small little section. But those people who want to stay on the west side can do so. There's still a 1.5 meter sidewalk there that people can walk up with small kids or ride their bike or anything like that on. So there is flexibility, and ultimately there, in the fullness of time, there will be pedestrian facilities on both sides of this road all the way up. And Kevin, I believe that with the MUP on the east side, it actually provides, for this section, it actually provides that connectivity that's missing currently. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, so it does this. There's currently a missing link, if you will, from a pedestrian perspective on the east side of Yonge. If you're familiar with the area, obviously, there's a sidewalk that terminates at the top of the hill adjacent to the There's a church, yeah, just adjacent to the church, thank you. So yeah, would establish pedestrian connectivity further. The west side, there are items we've identified in the previous design, such as the watering station in front of the fire hall, which if we move this facility now to the east side would preclude that. There's also the pedestrian bridge in front of the Pizza Plaza that would involve negating that upgrade as well by shifting everything kind of to the east. And all design efforts to date have been on the west side. So there's pros and cons to both, absolutely, and happy to discuss further, I guess, or reevaluate with the team.
I think that clarifies it. I am in favor of the east side because of the lack of sidewalk, as Mr. Molinari said. I was just thinking that rather than jogging over to the west side for that short strip between North Street or School Street and the library, keeping it all on the one side. But you make some good points, so that's fine. No need to further discuss that. Yeah, I think there isn't a great solution because it's an existing town and there's a lot to work around.
I was going to say exactly that. With the existing corridor and existing constraints, it is tough. You know, further, you know, on the east side, if we continue north, there's large trees in front of the townhouse development that exists today that would be impacted. You know, the West Boulevard does provide some additional width with the existing paved shoulder. So there was pros and cons to both, and we kind of tried to pick the lesser of two evils, if you will.
Yeah.
So again, alternatively, you know, we could forego this connection on the west side, or east side rather, completely, and just have a sidewalk connection on the west side, then transition to MUP as depicted on the plan, which is no longer there, but we're going to transition, you know, midway up the hill to the MUP where the width allows. And so we could just have a sidewalk connection only. But I think the east side, there is some merit to having that connection on the east side and having that option for residents.
And just to be clear, there will be where the multi-use transitions to the other side, there will be a crosswalk?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
Pedestrian crossover is what's proposed today, so basically
Excellent.
exactly what you see in front of the library.
Yep.
Would be a similar treatment there. On the north side of the intersection, again, taking into account sightlines and that slope, just to
Right.
get to the high side of the hill, if you will, so you can
Wonderful.
see from both sides. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from members of committee? Councillor Roy-DiClemente?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just sort of along the similar lines as Councillor Carruthers, I think logistically, whatever east side, west side we pick, we need to be mindful of the fact that this will be a significant piece of cycling infrastructure and active transportation infrastructure for our town. And whatever side we pick, we want it to be as continuous as possible and as wide as possible. That would be my feedback. I've ridden my bike in that section on both sides of the road.
Right.
They're equally unpleasant. And I would suggest that the east side is probably more dangerous just because there isn't even a sidewalk to use at this point when you're going up that hill. So years ago, I had actually asked York Region if we could extend lake to lake along Olive and actually follow the river north to make that connection so that we could avoid this discussion altogether. But that elicited scoffs of board walking. So it was not something that was going to be contemplated by the region at that time, but it was, you know, something that we considered because most people would prefer to be active along water and in nature than on a regional cross-section of road. But this piece of infrastructure is key to not just our town, but also regionally and provincially to creating that connection for the lake to lake. So whatever we do, we got to make it as wide as possible and as attractive as possible. I don't think going zigzagging back and forth is necessarily going to be that appealing to people who are using it unless they're coming from one side of the road or the other. But if they're using it to come from the trail system and to connect up to the bridge, they're going to want to stay on one side of the road as much as possible. Thank you for listening to my feedback.
Oh, appreciate it, thank you.
Councillor Foster?
Thank you. I'll be rather quick. I'm not really looking for an answer, Mr. Brake, but maybe just something you could think about further to the conversation with Councillor Carruthers. If you could maybe put something together for us that outlines the area of safety with having the crossover at School Street versus North Street, because I believe there needs to be a crossover there at some point. I know that the visual sight lines, what you gain on one end, you lose on the other, whichever place you put it. But I'm just wondering if having a crossover right at the top of that hill kind of bothers me to some point. So again, I'm not looking for an answer right now, but I wonder if there's some background that you could provide us to help us kind of understand that a little bit.
Absolutely happy to do so.
Any further questions? Seeing no further questions, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion as presented? And the motion is carried. And item number 3, Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services Memo, the 2024 Waste Management Printed Schedule format. May I have a mover? Councillor Roy-DiClemente and General Manager Molinari, do you have any comments?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. The N6 is following the lead of some other larger York Region municipalities to update their waste calendar to a more environmentally friendly and user-friendly calendar format. So the proposal is to replace the booklet that we're all used to with an 11 by 17 pamphlet, similar to the one that's in the appendix of this memo. And the new format, I just want to let council know, the new format was well received in the other municipalities. It's from our perspective, it's easier to prepare, it's cheaper to produce, and results in less waste. So I just wanted to bring that forward to for council's information, as we will likely be sending this this format of calendar out in the near future. And happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Roy-DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff. In the past, the waste calendar had a couple of freebies of extra bag tags for waste days that they had more than 2 items. Will this, I don't think we did it last year, but will this pamphlet also include at least 1 or 2 of these for our residents?
Through you, Madam Chair. I don't believe we contemplated on doing that this year, but if that's something that council would like for us to do, we can look into that, and if there's an opportunity to do that, we will. There are actually savings associated with this format of calendar, so it might actually make sense to do that in this case. So we will endeavor to do that.
Thank you.
Councillor Roy-DiClemente, would you like to amend the motion for us to vote on?
I can certainly do that, since it was my motion, that we receive and request that staff also include a number of complimentary waste tags in the mailing.
And so we'll take a vote on the amendment to the motion first, before we vote on the final motion. All those in favor of the motion amended with the inclusion of supplementary garbage tags? And the motion is passed. And General Manager Molinari, do you have any further updates, or shall we just vote on that final motion? Be it resolved that the Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services Memorandum, which we've just amended, entitled 2024 Waste Management Printed Schedule format, be received. All those in favor of the motion as presented? And the motion is carried, and I will pass the chair back to you, Mayor Hackson, now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are about 10 to 15 minutes on a delay for our council meeting. I just want to let everybody know that. And if we can move along, that would be excellent. I'm not sure how long we're going to be with that area, but we are running late. We advertised it for 2 o'clock. Let's see, there's just one item left, and that's item K. Councillor Crothers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Corporate Services, and we have one item for you today, and that's the 2024 council meeting schedule. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Velchik to walk us through the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With your permission, I'll just ask our clerk, Ms. Lajavardi, to provide you with just some general context and then open it up for discussion and questions.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. The purpose of this report is to obtain Council's endorsement of the 2024 Council meeting schedule that's attached as Appendix A to the report. Staff have prepared the schedule in accordance with past practices, so we're more than happy to take any comments or questions at this time.
Thank you very much. We have a resolution before us to receive as well as to adopt the 2024 council meeting schedule. Can I have someone move that? Mayor Hackson. And any questions or comments on this? Councillor Roy-DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, the report does note that there may be some dates that require accommodation with respect to the multi-faith calendar, and I just wanted to note that perhaps we could give direction to staff that general managers and supervisors would work with their staff to provide the appropriate coverage should someone need to be absent for a multi-faith day.
I think that's important, as well as I wanted to add not scheduling public information sessions on these particular days, because we want to be as open and accommodating to the public as possible. Do we need, Mr. Velchik, would you like a motion or resolution from council to that effect, or is our direction here enough?
Madam Chair, the resolutions are always helpful just because it provides clarity for us, but I do want to emphasize that staff very much appreciate the significance of the dates that have been noted, and we'll make sure that as council business does need to continue to carry on and be taken care of, that if there are portions of the community that might have difficulty participating or attending on a particular date, that in fact there's opportunities outside those dates or windows that would provide it. So we'll try and be as sensitive to that as we possibly can.
Thank you. Councillor Roy-DiClemente, did you want to add to this motion, this resolution?
My brain is cramping, but I would like to make an amendment. I guess what we'll do is we'll approve the meeting schedule, and then secondly, request that staff be mindful in ensuring that accommodations are made where appropriate regarding the multi-faith calendar.
That sounds good. So let's vote on the first two, and then we'll take the third motion after. That's okay. So we are receiving and we are adopting. All in favor? And that's carried. And then the additional resolution that staff be mindful and accommodate on these multi-faith days, moved by Councillor Roy-DiClemente. Any questions or comments on that? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried as well. Madam Mayor, that ends corporate services, unless Mr. Velchik had anything else to add.
Nothing further. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any questions or comments from committee to Mr. Velchik? Seeing none, I'll turn the chair back to you, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no items listed under L to O of the agenda, if there's no questions or other business from council, I propose that we move to an adjournment.
Happy to move.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Crone. Be it resolved that the meeting of the Committee of the Whole Council will adjourn at 2:13. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Whew. That's a lot of business.
A lot of business.